Why did they let all those people in? Why did the cops just kind of open the doors, lift up the ropes? Have those cops been charged? What was that anyway? That's on tape, it happened.
He could stop this. He could stop it.
At least one person over here is being injured and taken away.
Capitol Hill.
The decision was made at the highest levels of government to hunt down anyone who was at the Capitol on January 6th.
If you see what Tucker Carlson is doing right now on Fox News, the documentary I did basically comes to the same conclusions. And we show you a lot more, in fact.
January 6th demands a full and impartial investigation.
Particularly around the tax incentives in the package that likely will be in play to be extended. I think they'll be so popular in 10 years that Congress won't want to get rid of them. So what does that mean for green buildings? So really, this is the Inflation Reduction Act is a package of carrots and not sticks. There are very few mandates. We're not making people do stuff. We're not having a lot of regulation. There is one methane fee in the law, but for the most part, it is carrots. It's tax incentives, it's grant funding, it's low-cost financing, and other types of support to drive economic activity and to encourage investment in a way that we want to. And I know I talked to a lot of groups about this bill, and I know there's a little bit of anxiety, maybe frustration around where things stand. There are a lot of unanswered questions about a lot of these programs still, even though many of them were supposed to go into effect January 1, like the tax incentives. Almost all of them started on January 1, but there are still enough unanswered questions from the Department of Treasury that we don't know exactly how they will be implemented. And that's in part because of the ambition of this law. It's an incredibly complicated. I mean, there's some agencies are standing up dozens of new programs worth billions and billions of dollars, and not only are they trying to drive investment in clean energy and energy efficiency, but there's a lot of they're trying to meet a lot of the administration and Congress's other social goals. So, for example, domestic manufacturing. There are a lot of requirements around domestic manufacturing in this spending. There are a lot of requirements around environmental justice and social equity, around labor and apprenticeship provisions. So it is an incredibly complex and ambitious law. And I think that's why we still have some unanswered questions. And I know there is frustration around that. Because everyone was so excited when it passed, and hey, the money's coming out the door. When is the dump truck of cash of federal money coming to my city or state? I think it's going to be messy, probably for a lot of this year, and particularly with certain programs. I mean, certain programs should be implemented pretty quickly. Others are going to be complicated and messy, and so I've just been urging folks to be patient. And the flip side of it is this is long-term policy. Most of these incentives and grant programs are around for 10 years, which is a huge departure from what we've had for clean energy and energy efficiency in the past. Usually we've had sort of very short-term on and again, off again policy. This is at least 10 years for most of these things, and that is going to, we think, really change the economics and eventually be really baked into these markets where the contractors, the manufacturers, the builders, the real estate companies all know what's out there, what's available, how to access it, and how to put it to use. So we think it's going to make the economics around green building better than they ever have. It may take a year, but we'll get there. So I want to just dive in, and I know we started a little late, so I want to make sure we're keeping to time. But I wanted to dive. I know this can feel a little abstract talking about this package. I wanted to dive a little deeper into a couple of examples of the tax incentives just to show what we're talking about here. So the Section 179D tax deduction for energy efficient commercial buildings. Some of you may have looked at that in the past and thought it's not that attractive, it's kind of complicated. In the past it would expire almost every year. So they have really dramatically improved the 179D deduction. Previously it was $1.80 per square foot. It is now up to a sliding scale of $2.50 to $5 per square foot for meeting a certain percentage, 25 to 50% above a relevant ASHRAE 90.1 standard. And that standard will evolve over time. It starts with 2007 until, for the next few years, to get that $2.50 to $5, you would have to do 25 to 50% better than the 2007 version of 90.1. That's going to get tougher in a few years, so if you have any projects that you're looking at completing, you might want to get them in under that window. Receiving that full amount, you have to meet prevailing wage and apprenticeship provisions, which means you have to pay prevailing wages and have a certain percentage of apprenticeships based on the size of the project. And if you don't, the deduction drops pretty significantly down to 50% to $1, 50 cents to $1. And those labor and apprenticeships requirements are pretty common throughout all the tax incentives in the law. One of the other cool things they did with 179D is that they traditionally it has mostly been used for new construction because it's been a little bit of a tough bar, 50% above 90.1. And what they've done here is they've created a new pathway for existing buildings to simply demonstrate a 25 to 50% reduction in energy use intensity over 1 year and receive that same $2.50 to $5 tax deduction. So it's not based on an arbitrary or a firm standard. It's just based on where you've been and where you're going. And we are really hopeful that that's going to open up a lot of activity around existing buildings, which, as you all know, is really where we need to make a lot more progress. This 170D is permanent, and it's going to be adjusted annually for inflation, so it'll go up from that $2.50 to $5 every year. And then there's also, governments have always been able to take, local government school systems have always been able to take this tax deduction by allocating it to the project designer. They open that up for nonprofit organizations to do that as well. So there's new opportunities for nonprofits, institutional organizations to use this. And we know there's a lot of excitement around that. Another big one is the investment tax credit, the Section 48 ITC, which is for on-site renewable energy, rooftop solar, storage. They've opened it up to things like dynamic glass investments. So this is a tax credit that was being phased out. They've re-upped it for 10 years. It's 30% of investment if you meet, again, those prevailing wage requirements and apprenticeship requirements. If not, it's going to drop pretty significantly. And then there are all these bonus credits with this where you can get up to 70% of investment, a tax credit of up to 70% of investment if you meet these eligibility requirements. It's going to be very difficult for any one project to meet all of them, but there will be a lot of projects that will get the 40, 50, 60% on here. And so please, if you're interested in this, I would take a look at those bonus credits for sure. Another really neat thing they did with this is they made it available as direct pay, essentially as a refundable tax credit to local governments and nonprofits. So again, local governments, school systems, municipal buildings, universities, all of that, and nonprofit organizations will be able to be essentially, if they have no tax liability, be paid directly. The Treasury writes you a check for the amount of that deduction. Let's go to, I'm going to skip over, there are a lot of residential ones, including for, they really expanded the Section 45L tax credit for new home construction. And a key thing there, it's going from $2,000 per unit to $2,500 to $5,000, whether you meet Energy Star for the lower amount or DOE's Net Zero Energy Ready program for $5,000. But a cool thing here also is that they expanded this to apply much more broadly to multifamily housing. And it is per unit. So, you build a 100-unit multifamily building to net zero ready, and you get a $500,000 tax credit. It is not available as direct pay, however. There are things for EV fueling, obviously. There's a lot of if you're doing anything to your homes, take a look at the tax credits that are available and the rebate programs. Really, really generous programs for doing energy efficiency improvements for your homes. Then onto the grants, I'll just cite a couple of these grants. So this is an interesting one, the greenhouse gas planning and implementation grants. This is $5 billion at EPA, which, you know, we use throwing around this word billion. I mean, that is a massive program. The EPA's annual budget is $9 billion. This is a $5 billion grant program at EPA. So in the first part, the first phase of it is to allow, it's $250 million to cities and states and tribal governments to plan, to develop climate plans and incorporate how they will use other Inflation Reduction Act and bipartisan infrastructure law programs. So it is one thing we're hearing from cities and states is that they're sort of overwhelmed by all of this. And this is money that they can use to hire people, to hire contractors, consultants, to help them develop plans and look at how they can access all of these programs. So this is something that Texas did opt in to do this. They'll get a $3 million planning grant. And the cool thing is once you do the planning grants, you're eligible for the big kahuna here, which is the $4.6 billion in implementation grants. So then you can apply for grants to do the stuff that's in your plan. And so that's going to be, we think, really exciting. Another big one you've probably heard about is this Greenhouse Gas Reduction Fund is a huge green bank, $27 billion at being run by EPA that is essentially going to be low-cost financing for climate-related activities with a particular focus on, in many of cases, on low-income communities. I'm going to skip over a lot of these other, because I know we're getting short on time here. Federal buildings, there is a lot of money if you work on federal buildings. There's several $1 billion available in the law to do work on federal buildings. And there's also a really interesting new program at EPA for those who are interested in embodied carbon of construction materials. The EPA is getting several $100 million. It's not on this slide, but it's related. Is getting several $100 million to basically improve the transparency and help try to define and standardize the definitions around what are low embodied carbon materials. They're starting with concrete, steel, glass, and asphalt, and then they will expand to other materials. But we're hopeful that that's going to do, sort of help improve the Wild West of, definitions. And there's also money in there for them to improve the standardization around EPDs. So that is tied to this first one here. The GSA has money, $2.15 billion to procure low embodied carbon materials. So, again, intended to sort of kickstart these markets and drive change at the manufacturer level and at the supplier level. DOT, the Department of Transportation, also gets $2 billion for concrete, for low embodied carbon concrete. So good pressure there on the markets to move and make changes in their manufacturing processes. This is just a hypothetical here. I mean, one of the beauties of the IRA is that we expect that you will be able to take many of these incentives and participate in these grant programs all together, that you can stack these things. You can stack the ITC for rooftop solar. You can, along with the 179D deduction for energy efficiency improvements and your EV tax credit and all of this. So this is just a hypothetical example about what a typical project could look like, 100,000 square foot renovation of a public building, and walking through the different things you could take advantage of and putting out some numbers. And these slides will be, the reason I put a lot more in these slides is that I think they'll be available to you. And so there's a lot of links in here and a lot of details. But, don't hold me to the details of this, but we just tried to come up with sort of a typical example of investment. And what you come up with is the total benefit of $1.3 million in benefit to the project. So we think that all of these programs coming together is really going to change and make it hard to not look at doing green buildings when you're starting to do projects. And then I didn't talk about the bipartisan infrastructure law, but that is out there as well. That's the one that passed 2 years ago. It has about $80 billion in climate funding in it. Similar programs, there's a lot of money for airports, for example, a little bit of money for school retrofits, grant programs around school retrofits, and other programs. So that's another one that to look at too. And that money, because that law passed a little bit earlier, is starting to get out the door. They've done a couple of rounds on those grant projects, announced some airport projects and things like that. So it's a really exciting time. I think once again, I know there are a lot of questions remaining, and that can be frustrating if you're trying to cut checks and sign contracts and move forward with projects. We think those questions, particularly around the tax credits, will be answered in the next 3 to 6 months or so, and we should have a lot more clarity on how to use these, and then we'll get going. And with that, thank you very much. I'm happy to answer questions. I'll also be around throughout the day if you would like to chat about any of these things.
We do have some time for questions.
Yes. Great.
Thank you, Ben. I've got a question about, it's a client that I work for in San Antonio. It's a private client that manages large mixed-use development. They've been at the forefront of energy efficient buildings, retrofit of existing historic buildings for quite some time now. And presently we're working on a 25-year master plan for the area. There's still some development retrofits to be made. And in San Antonio, where there is a climate action plan, just like other cities, addressing building emissions is top priority, along with social and other areas that we want to address. Working with a private client who is ready to take the lead on showing the city how to do this, what would you recommend they focus on primarily through the Inflation Reduction Act? Which programs would be best for them to focus on?
Yeah, it's interesting, and it probably depends on which type of project they're doing, because this stuff is so divided. But I think the tax incentives. I think I would hire a really good tax attorney who is very familiar with these programs. And I should say, nothing I said is tax advice. I'm not a tax attorney. This is just a summary of what these tax incentives are. But that's really where the value is in the IRA. A lot of the grant programs most of the grant programs are geared more toward public projects. Not all, but most. And I think the tax incentives really are where it's at, and it's complex, with tax liability, and how you might have to share that tax liability. But it is nothing like, for example, with solar, with on-site renewable, where they used to have to go through these complicated tax equity markets and sell tax credits essentially because they had no tax liability. You don't have to do that anymore. There's direct pay that's available. They made it much more easy to transfer those credits. So I would focus really hard on the tax credits and meeting the criteria. There's a lot of criteria that has to be met, but it's just a huge amount of money that can be had for projects.
Great, thank you. While I have the microphone, I have one other quick question.
Sure.
This relates to the GHG planning and implementation grants, which you mentioned could fund the development of climate action plans for other cities who haven't done it quite yet.
Yep.
And I think there's a huge market for that here. In DFW alone, we have City of Dallas with a climate plan, and I believe that's it. The timing for that, do you have any insight on when cities can begin to start considering an application for those grants?
Yeah, it's tight, and I think the application for cities to opt in, which is not really an application, they just have to notify the EPA that they're going to opt in, is April 28th. And for tribal governments, it's a little longer. States, it was a couple of weeks ago, and all but 4 states opted in to the grant program. And then with the cities, it's the top 67 metropolitan areas that can apply for grants. It's $1 million grants. If any of those don't, then it's the 68th and 69th and 70th. So it sort of is like a lottery kind of system. And they really are encouraging, I think that the other side of that is they're really encouraging municipalities and states to submit regional applications and work in cooperation. So with the metropolitan areas, they basically have to get together and work together and pick a lead city. So say Dallas would be the lead city, but working with all of the surrounding municipalities in the metropolitan area. So I think that's tricky, to get all those cities to small cities, counties, to work together. But that's the way that is designed. And if you're not in a planning grant, you can't get any of the implementation grants. So I think that's it, is to work together with the other governments in your area to be a part of an application and put it together. And again, opting in is easy. The applications, the rest of the applications, I believe, don't hold me to this, are due next year. And that's a little bit more of a cumbersome process. But the opting in is just saying, hey, we want to try to do this.
Here likely it would be through the North Central Texas Council of Governments.
Yep.
And I would assume they probably have it. I hope so.
I think they did. I was at a DOE conference last week, and someone from Dallas was there and was talking about it.
Hey Ben, a quick question on the local public building side and then on the federal public building side. On localities, are we seeing many of them take up 179D? Do you have some examples of where cities are using 179D kind of effectively? And then that would be great to know. And then two, on the federal side, it feels like GSA is also getting rid of a lot of leased buildings.
Yeah.
Are they using this more of the money on the buildings they own, or do you know how they're ramping up green building with the money they do have from IRA? I'm just curious if there's kind of been some sort of almost like, report card of how fast they're moving on some of the funding.
Yeah, so the first one on 179D, I don't have any specific examples, but it is heavily used by school districts, local governments. It has traditionally been, that's where a lot of the activity has been. And, there's this sort of awkward process of transferring, of allocating the value of the tax credit to your architect or engineer, and how is that baked into the deal. There's not a lot of guidance from IRS on that, but that is where a lot of school districts use it, and local governments. On GSA, it's interesting, the money for GSA that they got, we actually lost this battle. We pushed to give them more flexibility because, to your point, they're reducing their rented space because Congress is pushing them. They have unused space and they're consolidating, and they're like everyone else. And so they're doing a lot of consolidation, trying to do a lot of consolidation. And so what they got was they got procurement money for low embodied carbon materials, but they didn't get money to do like the electrical and the HVAC. So how do you match those? You've got $2.15 billion to procure low embodied concrete, but they're not building a ton of new buildings. They're renovating a lot of buildings, and it's tricky. The money they got is actually kind of tricky, and that's one thing we're working on right now is like, how can they effectively spend that money doing the kinds of things we want them to do, which is to retrofit some of their existing buildings.
So on Wednesday, it was announced that the IRA was going to be part of what was going to be presented as a block as part of the Republican agenda. Is that something to worry about?
No, I wouldn't worry about it. I think it's more sort of political theater. I mean, it'll pass the House, but it's never going to pass the Senate, and certainly not in this Congress. And it won't. President Biden would obviously veto it if it got to him. I think the thing to worry about is next Congress. To repeal any parts of the IRA, the Republicans would need 60 votes in the Senate to do it, and they would need a Republican in the White House. And they would need to control the House again as well. So if all of those things were to happen, then there is a risk. There is for sure a risk that some of this stuff could be repealed. I also would say that some of this stuff is sort of like the dog who catches the car. Sometimes when they want to act like they're cutting all this stuff, but then when they actually can, it's like, wait, this stuff is really popular among our businesses, among our business leaders, among our constituents. Do we really want to get rid of a tax credit that helps homeowners like improve the energy efficiency of their homes? Maybe not. And a lot of these things, it's funny, a lot of these things were bipartisan when they were standalone bills. And, then they get put into a big, huge package that's a Democratic-led package, and it becomes a real partisan food fight. But if you break it down and look at some of these very specific provisions, a lot of them had bipartisan support and Republican co-sponsors on them.
I know that you're still waiting on the IRS for some of the guidance on the investment tax credit, and you said 3 to 6 months, hopefully. Is there incremental guidance that needs to come out on the 179D, or is all of that available today?
There's additional guidance that needs to come out on 179D. I think the good thing about 179D is it hasn't changed too much. But for example, the new program for retrofits.
That's my.
So that's a new thing that we, exactly how do you demonstrate that over 1 year? How do you demonstrate a 25 to 50? We think they're going to use something like Energy Star Portfolio Manager that you just plug your building's info in and show it to us a year later, and then here's your tax deduction. Treasury is a unique organization, and they have a lot of details that they often get in the way of things. It's a deduction. So that's the problem with 179D. We wish it were more generous. And frankly, overall with the IRA, it's not perfect. One of the things that did not get enough attention, I think, is energy efficiency improvements to commercial buildings. A lot of public building stuff, but private commercial buildings, we have 179D, and it's good and it's better, but it's not like a 30% investment tax credit. I mean, we think that for efficiency, you spend $100,000 improving the efficiency of a building, you should get the same as putting solar on the roof. You should get a 30% tax credit. And I think we will pursue that. There's some openings to try to pursue that in the future. But right now what we have is 179D. It is a deduction. It's a tax deduction, so it's against your taxable income. You just reduce your taxable. So it's not as valuable, unfortunately. Yeah.
So I'll give you this for the next session.
Yeah.
Thank you, Ben.
Yeah, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
So as you were saying, this is a complicated issue, so thank you for shedding some good light on that for us. And he said, if you would like a copy of the slides, please let me know. I'll get a card from you and I can get those to you probably next week after we all get back to our normal lives and settle in. We'll take a couple minutes and get our next panel up here for resilience, get us a little bit closer to back on schedule. So thank you all, and we'll be right back.
Okay.
Yeah.
No.
No, not just in traffic.
Oh, I know.
Figure out how to get in.
That's why I said leave at 7.
So we called the Uber at 7:50. Yeah, it's crazy.
Mm-hmm. You need some help?
Yeah.
All right, there we go. I'm back on, correct? Fantastic. Thank you. Again, thank you, Ben. I really, every time we start looking into the federal policy issues, there's always more questions than answers, it seems. So thank you for helping us find some of those answers for today. Our next panel, we're going to be looking at resilience in Texas. As I said earlier, my name is Jonathan Kratz. I'm the Executive Director for USGBC Texas. On this panel, it looks like I'm also filling in for Luke Metzger, who is unable to join us with Environment Texas. I know there's some things that have popped up down in the legislature in the past couple of days that have required some immediate attention. So we've been in contact about a lot of those things. I'd like to introduce the rest of the panel here. Michael Wilkins with TVG Partners here in Dallas is an environmental engineer by training and working on a number of projects, not just here locally, but around the country, even on resilient sustainability and how our infrastructure functions. Nicole Alderete Farini is the Chief Climate and Sustainability Officer for the City of El Paso, Texas, formerly the Chief Resilience Officer for the City of El Paso as part of the 100 Resilient Cities programs. And one of the people that has taught me more about resilience than anyone else. So thank you for joining us today. So I want to start out quickly to kind of set the stage. What, in your mind, how do you define resilience? Let Michael start.
It seems there are a million ways that you can define it. I try and link it to the practice I'm involved with first and foremost. The work that I do, we try to frame it up around climate action and adaptation, understanding that the risks continue to go up, and that's health risk, safety risk, equitable distribution of reducing those risks, all the environmental risks that keep going up. Really, resilience to me is, as a planner, a designer, engineer, is understanding fully what those risks are and who is impacted the most, and how do we begin to build strategies to build them up to withstand that increasing risk.
You're hired. No, I think that was really a great answer, and there was a couple of things that I would just tag on to that. I mean, the sort of globally accepted definition, if you will, is that resilience is the ability for systems, individuals, cities, communities, ecosystems to survive, adapt, and thrive in the face of change. or in the face of disruption, right? And that disruption or that change can be positive at times. Sometimes you're looking at, for example, a massive economic boom. Or an influx of individuals moving to a certain state to, take advantage of opportunities. Those are good things, but those are disruptive changes that we have to, and I like the words you're using, adapt, take action, mitigate risk. We have to understand all the facets of what can happen as a result of our actions, as a result of the disruption. And that really is what makes you resilient. And the only thing that I would close with on that is something that Jonathan has heard me say a dozen times. And so you feel fully free to roll your eyes when I say this. Resilience and sustainability are not the same thing. One, orange is not the new black. And I've been saying that for like 10 years, right? And that's not just a great show. So I think that it's just important for us to distinguish this idea that resilience is not just climate action. Resilience is not just addressing the risks associated with the environment. You said a moment ago, the people that are impacted most. Resilience is largely about the most vulnerable, right? So it starts to incorporate concepts of equity, inclusivity, diversity, starts to really be a lot of things.
Can I expand a little bit more on that too? So what are the key markers or key benchmarks that we look at when evaluating resilience for a city or a county for that matter?
I'll start that one. I think that, when we take a look at measuring resilience in any given community, there's going to be certain factors that are unique to every single community, right? So if you are in the Houston area, for example, you are dealing with some very different, not only environmental challenges, but economic challenges, growth and size challenges, Houston being the 6th largest city in the nation, I believe. And growing. Houston has some very unique challenges to deal with. So the metrics and the things you're looking at to make a resilient Houston are going to be slightly different than what a resilient El Paso, for example, looks like, because we are an urban desert environment. We are a much smaller city. We are a binational metroplex. And so there's other factors. Now, all of that being said, there are some common benchmarks. And I think a really great tool that has emerged in the last several years is a tool called Lead for Cities. And Lead for Cities provides a kind of overarching measurement tool that's aligned with the Sustainable Development Goals from the UN. And so now what we're starting to do is say, yes, our challenges are different. However, if we can have common benchmarks in areas like environment, development, demographics, education, poverty, those kinds of things, we can start to understand where we are as a city, where we are as a state, and where we are as a nation in the global environment.
And I'll add on to that, and again, it's complicated. All of this is very complicated, and it's going to be different from situation to situation. I have probably 20 examples I could get into, and all are different, but I'll keep it local here. And just talk about the general area around Dallas Love Field, the Bachman Lake area, where you could look at it as a transportation problem. You could look at it as access to green space problem, a safety problem, walkability, air pollution. The list gets deeper and deeper. And you have to look at all of the issues together. And when you look at the Bachman Lake area, there are probably 10 different initiatives going on, 10 different planning projects and initiatives that are tied to different departments and different organizations. And at the core of it, it needs to start with the people that are impacted, and getting to understand the challenges they face, their transportation challenges, their health challenges, their environmental challenges. And that'll apply to many different areas throughout the city of Dallas, many different areas throughout any city that we want to talk to, and rural areas as well. So it's taking in all the data that's out there and available from health organizations, from environmental organizations, whatever it may be, and kind of parsing all that together, but then bringing it back down to that human element, and even habitat element. The bugs and the bunnies, those are just as important as well, because it's a connected system.
Yeah, Tom, talk a bit more about that too, kind of how you're looking at addressing these things. We talked a bit earlier this week about applying nature-based solutions, how does that work into an engineering project like around Bachman Lake?
So around Bachman Lake, one, again, starting with understanding the challenges to the human element and factoring in, not necessarily climate change all the time, but just conditions now, urban heat island impact, probably too much impervious area that exacerbates that, the walkability challenges. So even just thinking about improving walkability, in the past, we may just look at it in a real basic manner and say, oh, we're missing sidewalks, or the sidewalks are not ADA accessible, things like that. But expanding that and thinking about air quality and resilience to some of these more intense storms that we're experiencing. Do we have enough nature-based infrastructure? And that could be trees, that could be above ground natural drainage elements. There's a laundry list of things that aren't concrete that start to address those things. So making sure that we understand, where are the negative impacts associated with how we're built now? How can we bring nature back? Mm-hmm. How can we start checking off boxes of expanding our ecosystem structures and the ecosystem services they provide that we all benefit from?
I just want to add to that very quickly, because I think, it's really important that we understand why we are implementing a solution or a strategy or an initiative that we are. And I think we were talking about it a moment ago when you were talking about it comes down to people. It really is about understanding the outcome you're trying to achieve. Who and what are you impacting, and what is that going to be? So when we talk about things like urban heat, I think there are a lot of us that work in this space, and we would say, well, clearly we want to reduce urban heat island, mm-hmm. right? But I think it's important that even as professionals, we stop for a minute and say, why? And not assume that that is obvious, right? Why are we doing it? What is the outcome we're trying to achieve? Is it a healthier, more walkable environment? Is it about reducing demand on energy in the buildings that are in and around that? Why are we doing that? And that really helps inform the solution that you ultimately deploy, rather than just picking one out of a box and copying and pasting it, right? And that's how you get unique solutions in unique areas that address similar issues.
So how do you take that and apply it to city policy, Nicole?
Very carefully, Jonathan. No, I think that, so I started my career in design and architecture, and I spent a little over a decade doing that. And then I transitioned to the dark side. No, I'm joking. I need a laugh this morning, y'all. But I came over to government and policy, and part of it was because I understood as a designer that there is only so much decision-making that happens there. So backing into your question, how do you reflect this in policy? Well, policy has to be performance-based. It cannot be overly prescriptive. And you really have to understand that every word you write on a page, if it's state legislation, if it's local policy, if it's a citizen-driven petition, whatever it is, every single word you write means something. It's at the thread on the sweater. And so being careful and being performance-focused, outcome-focused, and not trying to be prescriptive about what can and cannot be done, and you end up with 500 pages of policy that no one understands anyway. So I think that that's how you do it, is you do it deliberately and you stay outcome-focused.
So kind of Frank, working in the private practice, Michael, how does that apply to like TBG and your practices within the firm?
I think it's a similar situation. You can look from the federal government to the city government to the nonprofits, the private organizations like TBG. It's building change by communicating why that change is necessary first and foremost. Being a sustainability director, there are a lot of people that will see me walking down the hall and are just like, stay away, because it's a complicated thing.
I have that same effect.
It's a complicated thing to tackle, and for someone, my background is really has been focused on water quality, green infrastructure, and that type of thing in the past. And I've learned my lesson. I can't just barge into a room and say nature-based infrastructure. Now we have to have it. We have to have it. When the people I'm communicating to probably don't even know what nature-based infrastructure means. So being able to learn different languages to communicate it to, ultimately the leadership that's going to help you build and change and progress your practice, that's important, but also being able to communicate it in a way that's digestible to just accountants, to librarians, whoever it may be, just the general public.
I think I would love to add to that, and Jonathan, if you'll indulge me for a second, I'd like to tell a story. Going back to dealing with policy and being in government, there is no luxury of being in a room full of people that agree with you. I don't know that that's happened in a decade for me. I think that, but that's also the beauty of the system, right, is that challenge, right, that really having to communicate to your point. And so the story I'm going to tell you is this. I was in a community meeting about a week ago, and we were discussing how to move forward with climate action in our community. And there was a gentleman in the room, and we were doing introductions, as you do, in a roundtable session. And the gentleman, we got to him, and he stood up, and he said, "There ain't no climate crisis." That was how he started. He didn't say, "My name is," he said, "There ain't no climate crisis." And on the other side of the room, I had a group of very energetic youth who've been very active in, pushing for change. And I'm pretty positive, I wasn't looking at them, but I think I heard smoke and fire behind me. But I said, "Hey, everybody, hang on a second. We're going to stop introductions. Let's talk, sir. For one moment, there's no climate crisis." Okay. Do you love this beautiful desert city that we live in? Do you love the Franklin Mountains and the open space trails and, Waco tanks where it's one of the best bouldering sites in the world? He said, "Well, yeah." I said, "That's great. So do I." And I said, "Do you hate it when the air gets to a level," which it does, by the way, every spring in El Paso, where it's hard to breathe? Have you noticed that there are some days that you don't have any visibility because of pollution in the air? Does that bother you? He said, "God, yeah, I hate that. Really, it triggers my allergies and my wife." And, and I said, "God, I feel you, right? I don't like that either." Do you like paying high energy bills or paying more for water? Like, water is a limited resource, and, it's getting more expensive, right? He said, "Yeah, my water bill last month was blah, blah, blah." I won't reveal his water bill in the story. Anyways, I digress. I will get to the point. At the end of the conversation, I said, "So, gosh, we don't have to really agree whether there's a climate crisis or not. This is your point." It was about communicating with that gentleman about all the things he wants are all the things we want. And so outcome, what are we trying to achieve, not what are we trying to fight about? And that's how you make good policy, that's how you start good design, and that's how you achieve results.
I'll follow up quickly on that. I have a similar story and a different situation. Unique for me as an environmental engineer and an advocate for environmental policy in Texas. It's never happened to me before, but I'm working on an area plan in northeast Denton. It's about 10 square miles. It's mostly undeveloped, and some of it's not within the city of Denton yet. It's in the ETJ. And it's got this just wonderful framework of environmental systems there with Clear Creek and the Elm Fork between the two lakes, the core property, very sensitive area. And a very vocal group of residents, probably 200 or so, that's what they're fighting for. They're protecting that, and we're talking about, an area that's bound by 380, a 6-lane divided highway, tollway coming in, a new highway, Sherman, that will be converted to 4-lane divided, that'll connect to our outer loop. So development's coming. My role in this project is to inventory all the environmental systems and help to build in a way to integrate it in a responsible manner, and in many cases improve it, because the way we've developed in the past, even these small rural developments, the infrastructure is degrading the environmental systems there. So how do we do this in a way that's restorative? And the reason I bring this up is because this is the first time that everyone was happy to see me in a room. We had 350 plus residents, the city of Denton and Denton County residents come out 2 days in a row for public engagement, and they all wanted to talk to me, and they all wanted to point out and show all these places they love in that 10 square miles. And now my challenge is, okay, well, how do I mesh that in with what is sure to come? Yeah.
You did mention kind of outer loops. You mentioned also earlier, Nicole, people are moving to Texas. A number I looked up earlier this week, it's estimated in the last 3 years or 3.5 years, close to 800,000 people have moved to Texas. Some from other states, some from other countries. Kind of how does that population change and population increase, primarily in our urban environments, affect the areas that we're looking at with regard to resilience?
So the interesting part about it, and it's kind of, earlier I mentioned that resilience is about how you survive, adapt, and thrive when change happens, when disruption happens. And so that number is in many ways a positive thing, right? We want people to move to Texas. We want people to invest in Texas. But the strain on our systems in the state, and particularly in our urban environments, is pretty intense. We are seeing, sprawling development across the entire state. We're seeing it in El Paso. We're sort of cornered in with the state of New Mexico and the state of Chihuahua, Mexico. But to the east, it's wide open spaces, right? But and that's part of the beauty of Texas, but at the end of the day, that puts an incredible strain not only on our natural systems, but on our financial systems, our social systems. And I think that we need to start to help people understand that we have to start taking responsibility for that. We have to understand that as we grow, we have to provide service. And I think that that costs money and that creates strain. And so we have to start looking at our challenges more holistically as well as our opportunities. Right? It's just like building a building. You can't just, make one decision in isolation and not expect it to affect the entire system. And that's really where I think the pressure's coming from as this comes in. But it's not just built environment. And that's why resilience gets so complicated, because it's not just built, right? It's economic, it's social, it's environmental, it's all of those things.
Do we have a couple hours to talk about sprawl?
I know, right? Can we talk about sprawl?
Oh, that's probably one of the biggest challenges that I face in my position in the cities that I work with, and also with a company that works for development projects. There are a lot of challenges with zoning, number one. The Denton example I'm talking about, the only development that community would like to see is maybe kind of low density single family, which in my mind probably would be even more detrimental than if we're looking at more concentrated development patterns with higher density in smaller locations that protect those systems. Beyond that, getting beyond zoning challenges and perception of density, that's a huge challenge. To me, the connectivity, the transportation, transit, I wish I had the solution to it. But as you look at, how we're growing here in DFW, Frisco, Salina, I mean, we're basically going to Sherman and Oklahoma, and there's no viable mass transportation connection to it, and we're seeing, shiny objects like gondolas that will take us across the tollway, and that to me is not a solution. We have to have that collective, all the experiences working together, and expertise and the public to understand we have to address that connectivity and that transportation piece of the puzzle.
I love the comment about the shiny objects, and we had some conversations ahead of this panel and talked about that, and I think that we are too often, particularly in the AEC industry, wooed by the shiny objects, right? And clients often as well. And so I don't think that you can chase trying to, it's almost like trying to address a illness in your body, right? It's better to try to do preventative medicine than to try to come in and cure the disease after you're already ill. And so I think that's what we're trying to do. And then the shiny object is what does that, but it only does it for a moment. It doesn't actually fix the problem. It just addresses something in the moment. And I think, again, looking at, the density question that you're talking about, why do folks want that? And asking that question. And I think that's something, particularly in government, that we've been shy about doing. In a lot of, community rooms, it's, just what do you want? Tell me what you want, right? But we have to be able to question the community as well. And that's not always a popular thing to do. But I think you do have to say why. And do you understand what is going to result from that? And is it really fair to ask a public transportation system to be viable financially, which none of them are, by the way, right? Public transportation is an extraordinary money pit. I'm not saying public transportation is a bad thing. I'm saying it's not financially viable because it cannot be in terms of what it's expected to do over the territory it's expected to do it. Can it work in San Francisco? Well, yeah, San Francisco's 8 square miles. El Paso, which is not as big as some of the other cities and regions in Texas, is 255 square miles. So.
You did mention a few things within that too that I want to dig into a little more. There are a lot of health issues and health and equity things that are caused by the reaching for the new shiny object right away. How do we look at providing for those who are more vulnerable and affected by the next shiny thing that's out there?
So I'm going to say that the first thing is something that I have to remind myself of all the time. Don't assume that you know what's best for them. Right? When we talk about engaging vulnerable communities, and we use that word vulnerable communities, well, who are you talking about? You know, and even in government, you know, we have roundtable meetings. We try to make them accessible. We try to do them at times of day and in locations that people can go to, but oftentimes there's 15 staff and 4 community members, right? And so you have to go to people where they are, and you have to let them talk. You have to understand, listen for understanding, so that you can address the things that are really important to them. And I think you spoke to a little bit earlier. Vulnerable communities are not any different than any other community in terms of wanting to be listened to, wanting to be heard, to be understood. And then you can come in with a solution. And, you know, I mean, maybe you can put a shiny object on top, but listen first.
And I think going back to the Bachman Lake neighborhood and the myriad of studies that are going on, anywhere from transportation to trails to complete streets. We can't expect them to piece together all that and understand what's going on. So my goal is I've got to understand it first myself. It's a lot to put together, but then be able to go to those community leaders and those residents and do my best to explain it to them in the terms that they'll understand, and they can make their own decisions about what they want for their community, but get them prepared for all of these initiatives that are going to have public engagement opportunities. You know, we're always so quick to add public engagement into our planning efforts and not really dive into why it's so important right off the bat, and spend the time necessary to educate the people who are going to be advocates for their community.
Yep. I'll just say really quickly that the third pillar of the resilience strategy that we published in 2018 in El Paso was called Empowering El Pasoans. And everybody said, well, wait a minute, this doesn't have anything to do with built environment, Nicole. I said, of course it does. It was about not just going out and doing presentations. When I was in the design world, I used to call it the design, present, defend model, right? Where you design it and then you get out there and you present it and then you wait for them to throw the rocks at you. And then if you can survive that, just go build it. That doesn't work, right? So this idea that you have to your point, education is one tool, but from a policy perspective, you have to empower people to understand how policy works, how can they affect the decision making in their community. Sometimes it's government, sometimes it's not, right? And so how do they affect that? How do they engage? And the stronger and more empowered and educated community that you have, the better results you're going to have.
And really quickly, because I see Jesse in the back there, it reminded me of bringing up this point. And this is from the design side of things, the planning and design. One thing that's critical is that we start building this into our curriculums at school. Because we're, an engineering school, it's all about, pipe friction and pump capacity and all of these things. And architecture, it's about the building experience and the materials and et cetera. But we don't spend enough time teaching these students how it's all connected and how integrated approaches are the only ways that we really build resilience into our communities and we get ourselves prepared for climate. And so I saw Jesse, and I'm just so happy that you're here. Our school at SMU, the Masters of Sustainable Development, we're building that conversation in. How is transportation connected to water quality? How is all of these things connected? Because it's going to be the leaders, the young leaders coming out of programs like Jesse's that are going to move the needle. They're going to bring it to the companies they work for, and they're going to demand that we're looking at things this way.
Well, and not to take this down that road too far, but what I will tell you is, when you said education, I was actually thinking of pre-K through 12. Right, and what we're teaching our youth and how they're coming out of high school, what they're coming out of high school understanding about the way the world works, why things are the way they are. We're not teaching that in K through 12. And I think, I'm going to be the government person here that says, why don't we teach civics anymore? Nobody, most people don't even know who their city council representative is or why they even have one. And so I think that educating our kids early, so once they get to the college level and they have that opportunity, they're coming in with a basis of understanding about why things are the way they are.
Yeah, so I think that's definitely the case. And as we're talking about really policy level issues and how do these projects or how do these issues, how are they affected by scale? I know we talked about a few things that start off as a climate issue. Particularly like with water, and especially cities that are in desert environments, not necessarily El Paso, but one a little bit further west, and they come up with interesting solutions. Yeah. So do you want to talk a little bit about?
Yeah, so I think that, again, it goes back to sort of our awareness of the challenges that we're facing, and at what point, what is the turning point at which we decide we're going to do something about it? Are we going to do something about it when it's at scale and we can sort of test and innovate and sort of try to understand the challenge and then replicate and scale up and then have a positive outcome? Or are we going to wait until we're, 30 days from what they call dead pool, right? I don't know if everybody knows what dead pool is. Dead pool is when a city no longer has access to water. And there are cities in South Africa that have been within 30 days to dead pool. The city of Phoenix is currently calculating the timeline they have to dead pool. Now, they're not on top of it, so nobody go think that Phoenix doesn't have any water. But the thing is, they're having to make some very difficult decisions right now because those decisions weren't made a long time ago. And so, for example, I was at a conference recently where they were talking about, the Southwest, which most people will say, they think about Arizona. It needs water. The Colorado River has, challenges. And so how do we get water? Well, maybe we should take it from the Mississippi and pipe it across Texas and get to Arizona. That's a big scaled project that maybe 10 years ago, folks would have said, well, that's ridiculous. Today, they're not saying that's ridiculous, folks. Today, that's a conversation. Jonathan and I were at the same conference where that conversation was being had, and folks are exploring what would the damage to the ecosystem on the Mississippi be if you piped water from where there's too much to where there's none. And then, we discussed this where, the political person in me was like, you're going to pipe water across Texas? Okay. But again, you've created layers and layers of challenges that maybe, had we addressed the problem when it was at scale, could have been a different solution.
And apologies, I might get a little engineering here, but I'll talk about water at scale in a different manner, not necessarily conservation, but water quality. Work that I'm doing with San Antonio River Authority, in fact, we just kicked it off last week. It's something that the scope is new. I think it's the first time in Texas this has been done, where we're looking at protecting water quality of our streams and rivers at a scale level versus, we've here in North Texas, we have integrated stormwater management, and we're trying to get communities to implement low impact development guidelines. So rain gardens, bioswales, all these smaller scale implementations, which are great. But it's going to take us too long to get that implementation scaled up to where we're making a measurable difference in protecting or improving water quality. And we've learned that through the work that we've been doing with the River Authority, and the investments have been made to take, all of these flood mitigation models that we spend lots of money on. We can use those models to also model water quality outcomes, and we can find targeted at scale implementation sites to build in nature-based infrastructure, but not just for water quality's sake. To scale in on those areas that we know it's going to have an impact, but then broaden our scope to look at what are some of the walkability issues? What are the access to open space issues? What are the redevelopment opportunities where we may have strip malls with huge surface parking lots that are going to redevelop? How do we redevelop where it's a functional green development? That's something that's changing now, and I think it's what's going to help us scale that up in terms of water quality and nature-based infrastructure.
I think the best thing that I love about everything you're saying is really looking for the opportunity in every single challenge, right? And it's not just about addressing that problem for right now that's right in front of us, but really taking that opportunity to analyze everything. And again, I'm going to say it one more time, look at what kind of outcome we're trying to achieve. And you open up opportunities not just to design, but also to fund. Right? If you start to address multiple issues, you have multiple funding sources and opportunities to make the capital investment worthwhile.
So kind of stepping back into a kind of broader level question. For each of you personally, let Michael go first. Why is this important to you?
It's a simple answer. I mean, I love the earth. I love the people. I love the animals. Nature has been a part of my life since I was a kid. I grew up in North Carolina and was probably in the water more than I was on land. It's just something that I appreciate. It's where I feel most comfortable. I'm lucky enough to be able to ride my bike to work every day. I do live in Plano and I work downtown Dallas, but I can ride reasonably safe streets, hop on a light rail, and then end my journey on Katy Trail, under, kissing canopy over the top of the trail. That keeps my stress level down for sure. But we're lucky to have everything that we do have, and we're lucky as professionals to understand, hey, we need to learn our lessons from what we've done in the past, and there are ways to make it better. And I also am lucky enough to have the opportunity to teach for Jesse at SMU, and that uplifts me every week, just to have the conversation with some incredibly bright, brilliant, wide-eyed students that are ready to make change. So lots of different reasons, but making positive change and keeping the opportunity and the requirement to learn every day keeps me happy.
That's really wonderful, and I think that my answer is similar, but very, very local for me. The one-word answer is home. El Paso is, and yeah, I'm going to say it, the best city in Texas. I'll be outside. Anybody wants to talk about that? It's my home. We are a beautiful binational metroplex, but we have been through so much in our entire 300-year history, right? Since before we were actually city of El Paso, right? That community, you asked, your first question was, what is the definition of resilience? You need to understand that. Come spend a few days in El Paso, because we are resilience. We wear it like a badge, right? It's who we have been throughout history. And I think that at some point in my life, I recognized, born and raised in El Paso, I recognized that if I wanted my home to thrive, I had to take personal responsibility for that. And that meant making decisions in my career. As I mentioned before, I was in architecture practice for 12 years. And then, one day I said, well, I guess I'm not going to do that anymore. I'm going to go become a public servant. And then I figured out what that meant. But it was about wanting to invest in that place that is so beautiful and those people that are my family. So that's why.
So we got a few minutes. We're kind of working on our schedule is changing a little bit. So I'm going to open up for some questions. I'm going to grab your mic, Michael, and you guys can share. Does anybody have any questions for our panelists? I know that this has been a fun thing for me to put together, and they actually didn't meet each other in person until today. So anybody have any questions on resilience or on any of the topics we've been digging into already today?
Somebody bring coffee in here.
For the recording.
Nicole, loved your comments and the work you're doing in El Paso. It's interesting, your opening point that resilience is not sustainability. And I think that's exactly right there. I think there is a Venn diagram where there's some overlap, right? But it is different. Have you found that the work is made a little easier because the climate has already changed and we're seeing the impacts of climate change almost every day? I mean, I'm just curious because when I was getting into resiliency issues about 10, 15 years ago, it was you're giving up on mitigation and solving climate change. But we're now at this point where we are seeing the effects of climate change so upfront, so in our day-to-day that we have to move faster, as fast on resilience as we want to move on the mitigation side. So anyway, I was just curious about that in terms of your day-to-day in the city.
So I'm going to answer that question in a couple of ways. The first is it is easier to have the conversation when someone has just experienced, several hurricanes in a row, right? It's easier when, you are in an environment where that crisis has just occurred, because people as beings are reactive. It's just kind of a natural, I think, way of being. And they tend to lose that memory the further away from the crisis that they get. And I think that it's important to understand that you have to remind folks that it isn't just that disaster that we have to try to address, right? You have to try to show them and help them understand. And so an example I will give you is in El Paso, we have this challenge with trying to find the right words, a large number of migrants that approach the border on a regular basis. And I say on a regular basis because it's been since 2018. We see thousands at any given time all at once. And that's a very big issue for El Pasoans. So when I have a conversation with El Pasoans about why we need to talk about global climate change, because they're like, well, I don't live next to the ocean. Oceanfront property in Arizona, right? No. And you have to sort of have that conversation, push that aside. But I have to say, look, understand that globalization is real and everything that happens around the world is impacting us. So a lot of what we're seeing, folks that are migrating northward from Venezuela and Guatemala, et cetera, they are escaping conditions that are largely driven by the instability that is generated by climate change. Right? So this idea that it doesn't affect us because we're an island at the tip of Texas and we're in a desert and the ocean sea level rise doesn't bother us and we don't have hurricanes is a fallacy. That's still a hard argument to make. It took me just too long to tell it to you right now. And so my point is, if you're 4 days out of the hurricane and your home is still, damaged, it's easy to have the conversation. But 3 years later, if another hurricane hasn't happened, that conversation gets difficult.
Any other questions on that? I know I have a couple more too. So you mentioned something in a conversation we had earlier this week. Are we still at a place where we can come up with reasonable solutions?
Yes. I mean, we have to be. I think that yes, I think, and actually I'm glad that you used the word reasonable solutions, and I'm sorry, I'm just like dumb. They gave me the microphone. You set me up, Jonathan, to say something I shouldn't say on camera. Scorched earth doesn't work, right? And what I mean by that is this: it doesn't do us any good to come and burn the house down because we're angry about how it's being operated, right? And so reasonable solutions are not only still possible, they are the only way. We have to be able to take a look at these challenges and work together, work across our differences to create policy, built environment solutions, funding, et cetera, to be able to achieve the outcomes that we all can agree on. And so the answer to your question is yes, not only yes, but only yes.
Yeah, and from the design industry perspective, and I think USGBC, you'll appreciate this. There is a shift happening, a collaborative shift. With AIA, the architecture industry kind of led it with their commitments for climate forward progress and resilience. The other the engineering firms and the landscape architecture firms are starting to follow suit. We could speed up the engineering firms a little bit. I would appreciate that. But going back to the basics and looking at just a climate action plan, and you can look at the City of Dallas's dashboard, and I think there's 8 different categories. And what we have to do to make sure that we're reaching the right solutions and making the most out of our resources is finding out how can we accomplish multiple things with one effort. And I can put an example from the Dallas Climate Action Plan. One is related to food security. And from that, we developed the Comprehensive Urban Agriculture Plan. And a lot of people may think, okay, great, we're going to have community gardens now. But the bigger piece of that is to understand how does this initiative and the strategies to increase our access to food and opportunities around that, how do we do it in a way that also starts to build back ecosystems and connect ecosystems, improve air quality, create economic development potential, all those things. Finding those connections and taking that systems approach and getting as much done as quickly as we can done together is what's most important in my mind.
No, go ahead, please.
I was just going to say, I think that the other thing with reasonable solutions, and you triggered this when you were talking, is we have to think like scientists, I think, more often. I don't profess to be a scientist, but when in science you create a hypothesis and then you test it. And then it almost feels as though in science it's super cool to be wrong because then you have to explore it all over again, right? So I feel like often when we create these solutions, what we're saying is we're creating a hypothesis and we think these are the outcomes that are going to result. But resilience is also about being agile, and it's about being comfortable taking a risk and being wrong, and then being agile enough to adapt and take another path. And that's something that the systems that we build don't do very well. Government doesn't do it well, built environment doesn't do it very well, but if we can figure out that agility and we can be a little more comfortable with the hypothesis testing, I think that we'll get to a place that's much more agreeable and much more outcome focused.
Yeah, I'm wondering where the conversation is around building codes, building energy codes. I read something recently that some private insurers were pulling out of Texas, just like they have in Florida. I know that gets into other things, zoning and floodplains and things like that. But I'm wondering if that situation is driving more of a conversation around building codes, building energy codes here.
I can tackle that a little bit. I'm certainly not a building code expert, but what I will tell you is that I think risk is definitely driving decision making at this point. I mean, I think when we start to look at whether we're utilizing federal funding or whether or not we can get insurance or who's coming in or doing what, I think that we're trying to understand how to mitigate that risk of extraordinary damage, right? Extraordinary, because we all understand that if you don't get in front of that, you end up, and I hate that it's all about money, but you end up paying more on the back end, right? And so that becomes part of the calculus. I think as that becomes more apparent, almost back to the question this gentleman was asking a minute ago, sort of more and more disasters are more and more apparent, we're not really having the conversation about, why it's happening, but rather, oh my goodness, how do we avoid that risk? And so I do think it's having that effect. Can I speak directly to how that's affecting building code? No, I can't. But I can say that I think that's happening.
And I'm not a building code expert either, but I do know it's going to accelerate change to it. I think when we talk about our goals to be, it could be net zero by 2050 or whatever it may be with municipal buildings, any example like that. Here in Texas, the challenge is going to be related to the energy systems, honestly, and storage and connectivity to the grid and all these things that I don't understand how we fix it. But other things that are shifting the code are going to be more of the exterior side of things when we talk about things like parking minimums and trying to reduce the requirement for, 200 more parking spaces than we really need just to get more natural spaces that in turn help with our energy efficiencies out of the buildings. And I'm certain that most of the communities that do have climate action plans with buildings at the top of the list they're very active in looking at their codes and looking how those need to change.
Well, thank you. It's been a great panel. As we talked at the beginning, it is not a simple conversation or a one-topic conversation. So, Michael, Nicole, thank you so much for joining us today, and we'll give them a round of applause. And Folks will be coming back in here in just a second, so wanted to get our next panel. We talked about resilience, and part of that conversation had to do with health. And as part of, with the built environment, one of the things that has really become evident over the past couple of years has been the health of our buildings and such. And I thought it gives a great opportunity to talk about some of those impacts that we're seeing. So this panel, I'm really happy to introduce two people who have worked with in a number of different capacities over the years. Jason Hartke is with the International Wellbeing Institute, based in Washington, D.C. Headquarters is New York, though. And then also Marina Kritikos with the Houston Advanced Research Center. We've worked on a number of advocacy issues over the years, having to do with energy, having to do with air quality, having to do with building codes, among other things. So thank you guys for joining us today. Jason, I'll let you kind of start off in that. What makes kind of a healthy building?
I had a feeling you might start there. A lot of things is similar to the answer on resilience. I want to back up before I jump into that. I just wanted to say one quick thing that we are having this event on Earth Day, and in the previous two sessions we talked a lot about. I love Nicole's comment where we can't think of any given building outside of the system because that building has such powerful impact and reverberates across the community, and as we know, reverberates in terms of its impact across the planet. Buildings account for 71% of our electricity, 40% of our energy use. I think just under 40%, Ben, if I'm right, 38% of our carbon emissions. So they have a huge impact on our planet, and as it turns out, they also have a huge impact on our health. And I think we all know that, but our organization is really focused in on zooming in and really understanding what those intersections are and where are those interventions that can help a building be positioned to not just promote and enhance human health, but as we saw in these last 3 years with the pandemic, protect human health. And so that's a big, big deal. And I think in the context of Earth Day and what we're all doing here together, climate change is this existential threat to the planet. It's the defining largest challenge to human health that we may ever face. So again, it's parallels. And as someone who was with the U.S. Green Building Council for almost 10 years, I see both sides of the coin, and both are near and dear to my heart. As it relates to healthy buildings, it is a lot of things. And I will instead of going on too long, I'll try to remember as many of the 10 concepts that are within the Well Building Standard, which is our leadership roadmap for healthy buildings. But one of our colleagues, our research director, likes to say that one of the things we're trying to do with well and healthy buildings is make the invisible visible. So the air we're breathing right now has an effect on our health. Obviously, indoor air quality, the water we drink, our movement. I don't know if you all remember. It was like feel like it was like 15 years ago where sitting was the new smoking, right? So active movement in a building, taking the stairs as opposed to the elevator. All those things make sense and are important. The connection to community, the connection to each other. So we have like a mind and a community concept. Light, as it turns out, I have very bright lights shining on me right now. I'm not sure that's so super great for my health, but light has a huge impact on our health, particularly our circadian rhythm. Nourishment, the foods that we have access to and that we're kind of inclined to eat versus maybe more nutritious foods. All of these factors are big components to a healthy building. But I want to just echo something that Michael said I think was profound at the last session. And I think it's true of what we're going to hear today. But in terms of if you look at just the spectrum of healthy buildings, we have to be comprehensive. It's not just one thing. It's not just indoor air quality. There's a lot of attention being put on indoor air quality because of COVID. But a true healthy building goes far beyond that. Just like in green building, energy efficiency doesn't make up a full comprehensive green building. And I would say there's so much synergy between green building and healthy building. In fact, you know, they are joined at the hip. It's one of the reasons that we've extended and deepened our partnership with the U.S. Green Building Council to make LEED and WELL much easier to use together. So the word I would use, I think Michael used integration. The word I love is synergy. How do we make sure that we're maximizing across these synergies? So that was a little bit more than you asked, but
no,
a nice opening salvo, I hope.
Yeah, absolutely. I know that as projects are approaching not just certifications, but operational design and operation of facilities, not only are companies looking at sustainability or energy efficiency, they're also looking at their building health pieces. I presented a LEED award to a building on Wednesday that is also pursuing a health and wellness certification as well, and talking about how those processes are complementary most of the time, but sometimes they are not. I know that one of the facilities that I like to point to on things that as good examples of things to use is the building that HARC has constructed down in the Woodlands. Can you talk to us a little about the process of that building? I know you were involved through many phases of that, and then kind of how it's operating.
Yeah, thanks.
No.
There we go. All right, good morning, everyone. Yeah, so I'm fortunate enough to work out of a nearly 20,000 square foot LEED Platinum Net Zero Energy Star Score 99 building, which is amazing. As a hardened urbanite who lives in the city center, this is a facility that's actually out in the suburbs. And I have to say, one of the things I really enjoy about going to work every day, when the days that I do go to the office, is that I get to look outside my window and see deer and foxes and the nature that's there, because this facility truly was designed with the end goal in mind, which is what are the impacts on the environment as well as what are the impacts on the people. So really when we went through the design process, we had set up our goals initially as an internal team of what we wanted to achieve. It made sure that our design and construction team, when they were assembled, that they understood that these were must-haves. These were non-negotiable. These were items that weren't going to be value engineered out, so we just needed to collectively figure out a way to get to yes on this. And that truly was, looking at, energy efficiency, water conservation, taking a look at, the big piece items, but then also looking at how is this going to impact our people? Because this isn't just a building where we work. It was actually designed and is operating as a living lab, where we're taking a look at technologies and best practices and we're applying them to the facility to see not only how they function from an efficiency standpoint for the facility, but how does that impact the people and the work that we're doing in there? So as I mentioned, we recently achieved net zero operation, first building in Texas to do so, which was super exciting. And actually, WELL certification's the next one on our list. So our plan with this was really, let's figure out what we can do from the building from an operational perspective, and then we're gonna work our way in. To your point though, Jonathan, really it was during COVID when, folks were saying, hey, how do we open the building back up again? How do we do it in a manner that's safe? And we were super excited that the design intent that we had actually served us really well as we were coming into this space, because we were able to very easily make a couple of tweaks and had a facility that really enabled folks to be able to come to the office when they chose to do so.
So what are some of the policy pieces that HARC uses to kind of reinforce that building design? Like how are you operating and that sort of thing for your staff?
If I'm hearing this correctly, what are the building operation pieces that are enabling the staff to function well in the facility? Okay, yeah, so a big portion of this really was initially, adhering to the LEED tenants. We wanted a space that was light, had access to daylight and views. All of the offices have access to daylight and views. We created, communal spaces, circulation areas, and places where folks really could work in a collaborative manner if they so choose, but we're a research institute, so everybody's got private offices. You need to be able to go in and get your heads down work as well. but it doesn't matter where you are, you're in a space that is comfortable. We actually, as part of the initial specifications, had put in air quality sensors to make sure that, we were adjusting our outside air intake. I mean, it's Texas. Well, actually, when we're in Houston, which can be super hot and super humid, so you've got to be really careful with that. But with the design of the building, we actually have a highly functioning HVAC system that is complemented by 37 geothermal wells. So really, it's taking a look at, from the environmental impact piece, we've got geothermal, we've got solar, and the whole goal of this facility was to let folks know that, hey, you don't have to be a multi-million-dollar property developer to be able to put these, technologies on your facility. These aren't just for those Cadillacs of buildings, but we're a small nonprofit. And part of our goal was to show folks that you really can push forward in a sustainability. You can really push forward with sustainability as well as resilience in a manner that is very cost effective. Actually, we came in with a total construction cost that was lower than it would have been for a standard building because of the thought that we put in the front end with our specifications. And then the other piece that we've been doing is, as we're going through and really operationalizing and identifying opportunities for operational improvements, we've been feeding that information back to the design team and the engineers, so that they're then able to see, hey, okay, here was the design, here's how it's operating. Now, what are the improvements that we can make when we do the next iteration of the design? And we're super excited to know that the work that we're doing has actually impacted at least a handful of buildings that we're aware of that have come online subsequently because of the operational information that we've been gathering and feeding back.
So looking at design intent, Jason, kind of for a healthy building, what are the key pieces for a design team to keep in mind as they're coming up with a design for a building they want to be healthy and to function that way?
I think there's, we've got a program called the Well Health Safety Rating, which is, I would say, kind of like maybe the first step into healthy buildings. And a lot of that will focus in on protocols and management policies, operational policies, air management, as opposed to maybe putting in a sensor array for your air, sanitization, emergency planning, things like that. So it's kind of like the entry-level stuff. I think as you get in deeper, how are you actually moving the needle across IAQ? If this room is filling up with CO2, how are you making adjustments in ventilation? And just to back up a little bit, because we know those things have a huge impact. I mean, look at Joe Allen's COG effects study. If we were at the right ventilation rates here, according to this study, usually it's double of what normal commercial buildings are typically doing, resulted in an 8% increase in performance, in essentially productivity. And so we've seen a lot of those studies show these impacts. Daylighting has an impact on performance. It has an impact on mood. It has an impact on healing. So all of these factors make a big difference. I think the struggle has been over the years with healthy buildings is really understanding what's the aggregate health benefit. How is it actually showing impact across your workforce? And that's a big deal, as we all know. Right now, it's certainly been a big deal previously, but zeroing in on any given intervention is also very difficult because you have to almost have like experiment-like situations. There was a recent study late last year in the fall in Building and Environment that finally showed, hey, here's the impact of a healthy building approach. It was the impact of Wells study, peer-reviewed study, longitudinal, 1,300 survey respondents, and I was thinking that might be something a little bit more modest. I was a little bit stunned at what we were able to see and the difference it made on the people who are going to work in these buildings every single day. A 28% improvement in satisfaction in the workplace. I mean, if you talk to commercial real estate right now, I know we're maybe not get into it in this particular session, but we have to have some sympathy and empathy for the state of commercial real estate right now. Vacancy rates are really low. If you're talking about the opportunity to increase satisfaction in the workplace by 28%, that's a big deal. Also, according to this study, a 26% improvement in well-being of those surveyed. I mean, that's a dramatic, huge effect. While not as big, there was a 10% increase in mental health. That's more than some mental health specific drugs. So just to give you an idea of how profound a 10% increase in mental health. A 2% increase in physical health, that's not too shabby, but that's kind of to be, I think kind of what you would expect for physical health when you're going in your building. But the kicker was a 10-point improvement in productivity. So if you're adopting, and I think this is probably some of the things that you've seen even with your own staff in your LEED Platinum building, if you create and design and have the right policies oriented around health and around people, around their connectivity, around the things that make a difference to them, you can see these types of improvements. And productivity really has been, for a lot of folks, the holy grail. How do we boost productivity? And I think it also shows that there is, that you can't replace. I know hybrid's here to stay, but you can't replace what is the office setting and what are those moments of connectivity, serendipity that happen from seeing each other in person. They're so hugely valuable. So I'd also like to talk a little bit about not now, but about a workplace well-being poll that shows kind of what that dynamic is among the American workforce right now, because where we're going and the future of particularly commercial buildings is in question in a lot of markets right now. I mean, I don't know what the Dallas market's like. I know what DC's like, but they're hurting, and it's having huge cascading economic effect when commercial real estate is not operating at its peak.
If I could just jump in there, because those moments of connectivity are so key, because we found that, as we also are in this hybrid work environment, we were really excited as we kind of opened up and all came back together again, that folks were just thrilled to be able to have the opportunity to come back to the office. And we do think that a lot of it does have to do with the design as well as the operational intent that does create that sense of well-being, that sense of satisfaction, and the ability that we found in our building use surveys year over year, that folks do feel like they are super productive when they are in the space, because they not only have the technological tools and resources, but they have an environment that supports and is very conducive of that work, and they feel productive in the space.
And I think we've missed that over the last couple of years. They had the vacation revenge. I think there is a kind of the revenge to kind of get back to the head of IIDA, the Interior Design Trade Organization. She said, folks, what they're really yearning for is getting a back to people, right? We talk about back to office or back to the workplace. There is this yearning to be back in the physical workplace and with people. What's interesting is, and we did a workplace well-being poll that was conducted by Harris. It was really interesting. 74%, and this surprised me, 74% of folks surveyed said that they look forward, the phrase was look forward to going back to the office. 74% look forward to going back to the office. And I think it's exactly for the reasons we've talked about. And I still think, but the head of IIDA said, but the way the office was, and we've seen a lot of press and literature on this, wasn't always great for everyone, right? And one of the things that we've been talking a lot about, Jonathan, is making sure that, and this is kind of almost fundamental as it relates to health, is how do we make sure that a space is positioned in a way where everybody is welcome, seen, and heard. And we have come out with our well equity rating. It's composed of 44 features within the larger well building standard. But I think this is a larger importance when not only were we grappling with the pandemic, but now we're grappling with a mental health challenge that's certainly I think pervasive around all of our urban areas. And how do you grapple with that? How do you bring people together so they're actually feeling better about themselves and actually dealing with some of these persistent issues as it relates to equity? On the flip side of that, there are some challenges to getting people back to the offices. I think everybody, if we had to ask, I don't know if anybody is going in and out of the office every day, The number one concern, of course, at least according to our poll, and I think this is consistent with other polls, was the commute. And the commute is always just a huge one. 60% of the respondents said that the commute was the biggest obstacle, biggest concern. Notably, and again, this was a bit of surprise to me going into the poll and kind of your own hypothesis, 60% aggregate health concerns was tied with the commute. So again, we can deal with having our buildings embrace people, embrace what they need to do to be productive, to be well. Again, physical health is pretty narrow, but when we talk about mental health and well-being, we're talking about a much more different and dynamic space than I think what we had traditionally.
So kind of looking at that, kind of looking forward to going back to the office. I know Brandon will laugh about this because she works at the same office I do. That there's not necessarily a space I'm excited to go into every day. I actually don't go into it every day. Having
decided not to go into it every day.
At times, yes. And also kind of the flip side of that is I love working out of Marina's office down in the Woodlands, which I've done a number of times, even as recently as like 2 weeks ago. But what are some things that people who can't or don't have the luxury or the opportunity to work in a building, kind of like what Hark has or a well-certified space, what are some things that we can do to make our spaces better? Or some areas to look at?
Well, there's a lot of things you can do. First, I think there are some policies that, again, the misnomer on well is that the vast majority of the features are specific to either design or operations or the management of the building. About a third of the features are related to policy. It's one of the reasons that whole organizations, enterprise-wide, are embracing well because, things like your HR policies and protocols. Do you have workplace well-being programs in place? Those types of things are huge. We saw in D.C., Ben and I worked together in the district, and I felt like there was a period where there was this amenities rush, and one of the biggest ones was access to a gym or kind of the fitness area. All of those things make a difference, but part of it is the ethos. I honestly think this is a big part of it, and it does translate into these specific policies that companies can adopt, and that is embracing the health and well-being of their people. I mean, you kind of know when you're going in if everything's negotiated and nickel and dime, and whether or not you've got access to good health care, if there's support for that. In the time of the pandemic, health care and paid leave, sick leave, was a huge factor in what companies were going to be able to rebound faster, as opposed to folks who were incentivizing people to come in when they were sick. So again, that's a huge thing. I think some of the other strategies that we're talking about, access to light. I mean, one of the reasons that a lot of people at USGBC and other places where I worked like to go to the conference rooms is because they were one side of the room was all windows, floor to ceiling, and so you had access to. And sometimes we would go to you'd have 3 or 4 people working in the conference room just so they could have access to that sunlight, which I think is so powerful. One of the things we've done, and this is a small thing, I have it at home, other people have it at home probably now too, we see it in commercial real estate kind of across the board now, is the standing desk. We not only, at our offices, we not only have the standing desk, but we have the little balancers. Some folks have the little machine, they have the treads, few folks have those, but they also have the...
Coordination, that requires a lot of coordination.
It's a lot of coordination. It's tough to kind of get into head-down work. They have the little treads, the little mini tread or bike machine. I love the balance system that we have because it's not real hard, but it's just enough to kind of keep your muscles activated. All of those things kind of stimulate your whole person, and that's kind of what we're talking about. Lighting is really interesting one, and I don't know if everybody feels it the same way, but there's a lot of folks at our offices. We have kind of circadian rhythm lighting, so in the morning it'll kind of start off really soft, a little dimmed, get brighter over the course of the day. I mean, this is all things you know, and then and kind of similar thing on the back end. But we have had folks that say, hey, we've got reduced headaches and migraines, and folks who can sleep better. They go home and they actually sleep better. So there's other contributing factors as opposed to where you are. We're all on our phones and we're all in front of our screens a lot. But it's both the little things as well as the big things as far as all the way up to your HR policies. And really cultivating kind of this ethos of how do you embrace your people. The old cliche in the last 3 years has been, you know, what's a company's most valuable asset? Well, it's their people. And that has always been true, but now I think we're acting on it. And so this is an opportunity to kind of move just as fast as we've moved on the sustainable building side. And kudos to USGBC and LEED for really paving the road for this. I mean, you guys are over 100,000 buildings now that are using LEED. The vast majority of new construction here, at least here in the United States, I think it's, you know, globally, are jumping into energy efficiency and green building because of that movement. Made it much easier to then also sandwich it with these more specific health factor interventions.
And I think the rating systems as well help folks to move along, because then literally you've got a checklist of what it is that you need to do. And I know for us, you know, when we were designing our building, we knew we wanted LEED Platinum. We knew we were targeting net zero operations. So really it was that 2 checklists in front of us that really guided our path along. Now that we're, you know, in the space moving forward, we've been looking at well, and one of the things that we've been excited about is running through that checklist. There are a number of items that we inherently had already put into place. So, you know, that just made us feel that, okay, great, you know, these decisions that were made early on, some of them from a design perspective, some of them from a corporate culture perspective, really were the right things to do, because sometimes you're not sure. And I think the other piece to this is really, for us, was in encouraging a culture of how can we? And so, you know, it doesn't matter where you are within the organization. We've had folks at all levels come forward with ideas that really have contributed to the health and wellness of staff. One of them actually did both that and energy efficiency. You've heard this story before. When I first started working at HARC, my first staff meeting involved a 20-minute conversation that was quite vocal, had a number of charts and graphs over whether or not we actually needed 2 coffee pots because of the amount of energy that was drawn. One for the researchers upstairs and then one for the rest of the team downstairs.
I like Harkey. I love Harkey even more. ACEEE, ASE, they'd all be proud.
So long story short, we're down to 1 coffee maker now. It is downstairs, and it is part of our health and wellness program because the main circulation area for the office is our stairs. We do have an elevator, but when you walk in, the stairs... See? Yeah.
I don't even know where it is.
Exactly. It's hidden. But yeah, so it's part of our health and wellness program now. So you want coffee and you're upstairs, you got to walk down those stairs and get it.
You touched on something that I think is such a huge issue for these decisions, both on the sustainability side and the health side. And that is, you know, just like no building operates in a vacuum, companies don't operate, organizations don't operate in a vacuum, right? I mean, one of the biggest challenges for organizations has always been retention and attracting top talent. And I think, I mean, nonprofits have had their fair share of that, obviously corporations. But these visible things that organizations and companies are doing on the sustainability and health side have a huge role to play, increasingly so for, I'd say, our younger folks out there who are looking for jobs. And what's interesting about that is investments in health and well-being, visible investments in health and well-being, like WELL, but other policy-oriented investments, show that those folks, one, have more loyalty and more pride to their organizations. And that's a big deal right now. I mean, a lot of folks are interestingly enough, some of the folks coming in to the WELL program aren't necessarily coming in from a sustainability standpoint. They're coming in specific from an HR standpoint. How do we make sure that we keep our people? We're making investments in those people. How do we make sure that they stay with us? And then how do we also attract top talent? Again, that's a just another major thread of conversation that I don't know if you see in the halls of the sustainability conferences as much as we do on some of the different health-oriented events and gatherings. But there are so many folks, and you think about the big consultancies, the Deloittes, the EYs, and others. I mean, that's where most of their consulting prowess is being focused. How do you attract and retain top talent? Anyway, health and well-being is definitely part of the answer.
No, absolutely. I've heard that conversation many times, including one large major corporation who went and asked their health insurance provider for a 3% reduction in their premiums because of the new health and wellness pieces and certifications for their facility. 3% doesn't sound like much, but 3% off of about a $27 million a year premium is significant money, which more than paid for any of the upgrades they were putting into the building. So there are those pieces that are coming out. So one of the things too, Marina, like you said, that your building is basically in the woods, literally in the woods, not just the woodlands. How does that, for the staff coming in who aren't used to that environment, how have they reacted to coming into a facility that is literally surrounded by the woods?
Yeah, so to paint a picture for everyone, we're on a 3-acre site that's off a bit of a main road. We actually did an ecological study before we decided where to site the building, so to ensure that the areas of highest ecological value would remain. So you actually come down from the main road, you come down this winding driveway into a circular parking lot, and then the building's sited in the back on a little bit of what appears to be an awkward angle, and it's actually at that angle for maximum solar potential. So everything was done intentionally and with a thought in mind as far as from a sustainability perspective. But to your point, from a wellness perspective, it's fantastic because you come off the main road, you come down this driveway, you're surrounded by trees, you come into the parking lot, and then, okay, there's this building at the end. The building's surrounded by this crushed granite paths, and so many times I look out my window and there's researchers outside taking a call while they're walking around. We've got rain gardens that are there. All of the landscaping is natural flora and fauna. We have 2 honeybee hives. They're Italian bees. They wear dolce. They're very, very nice, and they produce
That's got to be an innovation credit.
Right? I know. That was like post. They produce about 500 jars of honey for us a year. So really, it's just how do we engage with this? And we even have a couple of folks who, I think the most they had ever been outside was to go from their car to the house outside of the garage, who are some of our most ardent folks who are like, hey, look what I saw today. Our fox is back, or our this is back. And so it's really, it's really great to see folks who are engaging with the space that way. And on the few days in Houston where we actually have temperate weather and you want to be outside, you'll find folks sitting outside in our benches or our tables and working, because really, our goal with this space is for every place to be a workspace, whether you're in your office, you're in the collaboration spaces, or you're outside, and really getting folks to understand that this office is theirs and for them to use it as they are most productive.
I want to chime in a little bit on that, because in the early stages of the kind of the green building business case, the former CEO Rick Vidrisi always used to say that one, building green didn't have to cost more, and then two, because of energy efficiency and some of these other benefits, the economic value of building green makes such a huge difference. A little harder on the healthy building side to really figure out what the business case was. There have been, interestingly enough, some of the things you're referencing, like green space, there have been some really interesting access to green space and the value it has. But we're now seeing very clearly in the research rent premiums, right, to the tune of like 7.5%. Larger lease rates to the tune of over a year for healthy buildings than non-healthy. And then obviously the productivity gains that folks are studying. MIT has a really interesting study. And I think that, again, that's what it's about. It's like it's almost like that secret sauce, and then folks are excited about it, and they're going to these different spots to be more productive. We're not all productive in either our cubicle or our office or wherever it is. This same poll, interestingly enough, said a lot of folks responded, I can't remember what the percentage was, said the place they're most productive is the local coffee shop. I mean, so you just, how do you replicate that? But anyway, the point is that you're kind of creating that diversity of what people like and want, and have the chance to, again, be their best selves in your space. It's really cool. And again, to have economic benefit and value, I think resonates with the COOs of the companies.
And there was an intentionality for us in the design process exactly for that. We engaged the entire staff in a number of charrettes to find out what they wanted, how they felt most productive, what they thought would work best for them. Because we came out of, your standard old school space where there were a number of offices that didn't even have windows. Don't know how people worked in those spaces. But yeah, and so to go from that to 90% daylight and views, wow. And then again, to create the variety of spaces within the office that allow, to your point of, okay, where am I going to be most productive today? And then since we've moved in, we've actually been playing around with the space. I hear sometimes of companies really gamifying the space, but for us from a research perspective, it's, hey, what if we change these lights out? What if we change this furniture out? What if we swap out fixtures here? And so that's been a really fun process for us as well, is to engage with staff as well as technology providers and manufacturers to figure out, what does work best? What is, leading and bleeding edge? Because as a research organization, we get to play around in that space.
I really love that because it echoes what Nicole said in the previous session, that you can't almost presume to know. You have to listen, and there's a big part of that. I think the future of our work spaces is doing just that, listening much more to the folks that are in those spaces. So love hearing that.
So kind of looking at the process of doing this. So a company wants to have a healthier building. What are the steps they should follow to jumpstart that process for themselves?
That question's for me. I mean, I think it's the same as it is for green building. I mean, there's, as you're saying, there's a checklist and there's a path forward. I think what's great about Lean, what's great about Well, is that one, it's a leadership threshold. So it's not about maybe being more transparent or saying you're doing this. It's you're digging in and doing it, and so there's a major component of accountability, and I think that is particularly important. For a lot of organizations, it's about one building. You jump in and say, okay, here's our model. Here's how we're gonna do the whole kit and caboodle. We're gonna shoot for well certification, and then replicate. Others have. What has been interesting for us is the well health safety rating. And then that's about, I think that's 22 of the features in the full well building standard. And again, they're mostly operations and management focused features. But it gives folks an opportunity to kind of get on the escalator. And I used to say this all the time in green building, is you have to get on the escalator. You have to do something. And so the well health safety rating has been interesting. I don't know if we anticipated at IWBI how much organizations would use it across portfolios. And so we saw, folks like JP Morgan, Chase, and, had 4,600 global facilities adopt the well health safety rating across their entire portfolio, and several others who have really embraced this portfolio approach, and then move those buildings through the larger well certification in a more strategic approach. So again, I used to work closely with GSA, and the folks over there said, why am I expending so much energy on one building and then having to jump to the next one, even in the green building context, one building and then jump to the next one? How can I move simultaneously across portfolios? And I think that is where we need to go, both whether it's in the healthy building space. How do you think about more portfolio adoption? And then I would also say, as it relates to integration, and I think Michael made another really good point on this in the previous session, I think the biggest missed opportunity 10, 15 years from now is if we're not doing green and healthy together, if we're not thinking even on the resilience and the equity side, all of those values that we hold dear, health, sustainability / climate change, resilience, and equity, we're not doing those things together. It's so easy to be either very myopic related to climate change, myopic related to energy efficiency. I was in energy efficiency, and it's hard to get them to talk about anything else other than energy efficiency. But green building, healthy building, resilient building, it's beyond that. And I think a lot of the historic incentives that are in place coming out of the federal government now, like 179, the tax deduction that Ben talked a lot about, they need to be a lever, not just to do efficiency, but to do these much more ambitious projects that cover the full gamut. And I think that is a huge opportunity. But again, just in terms of folks jumping in, there's opportunities to jump in the deep end of the pool, which surprisingly folks have had if it's accessible. And then there's obviously the path to kind of get your feet wet and then move in more slowly. I think the last thing I'll say, Jonathan, is I think the drivers have been, having come from green building and then at DOE where I was working more exclusively on energy efficiency, the drivers on this have been a little bit more expansive. In fact, some of the energy efficiency philanthropic folks have said that back when I was in energy efficiency, we're not making the health case strong enough. And I think that really does resonate. Obviously, it's resonating on the larger commercial scale, but I think it resonates a lot stronger on the commercial scale. It resonates a lot stronger on the residential scale. Every, home retrofit I ever did, and when I looked back to LEED, I would always go immediately to the ones that had the aspects that had more touch on human health. Low VOC paints, all those different, low emitting materials, all those things that had a direct impact on health and my family, right? So again, I think thinking about that driver and melding those conversations for the drivers, again, planetary health and human health together is really important and really valuable, and I think will help us do what we need to do so desperately, which is move faster.
And it's an iterative process. You're not checking the box and then you're done, because if you do that, then you're not done. This is something that it's a journey that you start, and you go through it, and then you fine tune and you fine tune and you fine tune, and then there's new stuff that comes out, and you figure out how to incorporate that in as well. So, and I think that's what's so exciting about this, is that it allows just for this process and continual movement and continual change, and again, from a research perspective, continual learning. So for our folks, they're always excited to be like, okay, what's this furniture that you brought in, or what's next? What are we doing? What's this dashboard that was brought up, at our staff meeting? And totally get that, most organizations aren't as nerdy as that. But
are you guys getting into grid interactive efficient buildings? Like the grid connectivity and buildings as like a battery and all. Yeah, it's awesome.
Storage is next on our list, yes. Yeah, we've got an 88 kilowatt solar array, and we're in the process right now of trying to figure out how can we get enough battery storage on there. We're a small nonprofit, so if anybody would like to donate, totally open for that. But yeah, really, it really is just thinking this through of what's next. And to your point, while our initial approach to this was from the traditional sustainability line, what we found is that there is this no line of demarcation really between traditional sustainability and health and wellness. It really just ebbs and flows back and forth.
It is interesting, even on how bullish we are now. And I would just say that I know some of the progress is, folks have questioned that the progress that has been made in the built environment has been so impressive. When I was first starting out, we were really talking about, more baby step energy efficiency. I mean, we're talking about electrification across the entire built environment. That's incredible. And what it'll take to do that, making buildings, again, part of the grid, so the grid can be smarter because of what's going on inside that building. The connectivity to the transportation sector and what we want to see in terms of more electrified vehicles and charging stations and all those things. I mean, that has been really rapid market transformation in just a a few years. And again, this funding is going to make a big difference coming from the federal government. But these are things that really folks thought were decades away that are now really, I think, setting in really deep roots and starting to be implemented. And I just think it's just incredible to see, and it has a lot to do with organizations like yours, not just doing the hard work, but leading by example.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the other good pieces about this. You'll open up for questions in a second. That you mentioned like electrification of vehicles and mass transit vehicles and all that. If you, to get over into the Expo a little bit later, we'll have a break at, a long break at noon for anybody who wants to go to the leadership lunch. That is still available, but also to explore the Expo. There is an entire section on electric and other sustainable vehicles, alternative fuel vehicles. And some of those I was walking through yesterday, there's a school bus that's fully electric. And I know there's a couple of districts in Texas that are contemplating going to that because of the federal funding that's available.
Back in the day, there was a school that I bumped into, and they said that they would tell their bus drivers when there weren't electric vehicles that there was a feature in LEED that told them that they had to turn off, once they got to the school, that they had to turn off the engines.
For no idling?
Yeah, so no idling. And I don't know if that feature existed, but it was that we would lose our LEED certification if we didn't turn off the buses. I love that story.
Whatever works.
Whatever works.
So are there any questions that you guys have about health and building health? Let me grab your microphone. Just let everybody else can hear you a little better.
Thank you guys for being here. I'm a owner and operator of office and warehouse buildings in the Southeast, and we have one relatively large property that's 80s and 90s vintage that we it's LEED Gold existing buildings, and we have some distributed solar on it, and this is, you know, not trying to, this is my ignorance and not trying to dig into anything, but, you know, we check a lot of the boxes, you know, for wellness. It's a multi-tenant building. It's not a single corporate user. There's 60 tenants across the campus. We don't have control over how what people do in their spaces, but we control the campus. And we chose to get the Fitwell designation, and we got 2 stars with, frankly, not having to do anything other than, you know, what we were already doing, and, you know, paying the fee and paying the consultants to fill out the application. And there weren't incremental interventions required. And the advice we got from the consultants, if we wanted to get the well designation, there would be significant interventions, which were harder to implement in a multi-tenant environment, and it would be well over $100,000, if not more. So want to understand, you know, I love the concept of the portfolio certification because it's a different topic, but a little bit, sell me why would it be, what would be the benefits in the environment I described to, you know, investing for the well designation? Sure.
Well, I'm glad you did Fitwell. I mean, you jumping in. First of all, there's also an opportunity for, and this is something that we're seeing in the market, where tenants are either demanding it or they're pursuing it themselves. So work with a lot of brokers and folks, like there's a woman who works with Seville's US that is helping folks go through the well process just for tenants. So there is that. I think as it relates to the well health safety rating, I think there is a and that's like the whole enchilada, right? It's the whole pizza, and that one can be daunting, especially if you're new to these rating programs. And I think that, again, that's what I liked about having an offering where you can kind of get on the escalator, right? And do so in a way that's ambitious across the portfolio. A lot of multifamily senior housing offerings are doing that because they really want to make sure that they're governing their protocols and management policies appropriately. But again, I think that from a well building standpoint, if you're doing Fitwell, if you've chosen well, there are some differences. There's some serious differences in accountability.
We go through a very rigorous third-party certification process. GBCI, the same folks that certify LEED buildings, certify well projects. I don't know if you have that with other programs. One of the biggest differences is we do on-site testing, and that's a big deal. I mean, if you're going to take a test and you're taking a college course and someone says, hey, there's no final at the end of the semester, how you take that course is going to might be a little bit different. If somebody's in your building and doing on-site testing for what's going on in terms of indoor air quality, for instance, that's a big difference. So, you know, again, we are very comfortable in what we offer and pathways to kind of getting engaged. Going Fitwell, there's 87 billion square feet of commercial real estate in the United States alone. We've got a global mission to transform buildings around the world to drive towards healthy building solutions. Getting engaged and involved is what we need everybody to do. So would love to talk to you about it more, but there are some direct benefits. I mean, the study that I referenced, these improvements, these in well-being, in satisfaction in the workplace, these are based on well buildings. The vast majority of the MIT study that showed the economic benefits, those were well buildings. So they're driving both economic benefit and they're driving huge health benefits. And we now have some studies to show that that's absolutely accurate.
Good. Thank you guys for being here. My question relates to the commute piece that you had mentioned early on, and I know that is a challenge for most people when you talk about coming into the office. So from a wellness perspective, things like active score, do you guys see, I don't know, movement with regard to infrastructure to create the ability to, for example, ride into work, bike to work, things like that? And how does that tie into specific to the well side?
What program did you reference?
Active Score.
Yeah, I mean, I think we've got some synergies with Active Score. I don't know it, you know, as well as maybe as I should, but all those alternate forms of transportation are incentivized in our program. But we've got synergies again and kind of crosswalks with a whole variety of programs, Reset on the IAQ side, LEED, other green building rating programs around the world. I don't know Active Score. Is that specific to? Is that the transportation program?
Yeah, I think so. And
is it like Walk Score?
Similar, but I think it's for more biking and things like that. But
yeah, I can't answer you definitively. I just don't know it well enough.
Gotcha.
But I'm sure there are synergies and connectivity.
Gotcha. Thanks.
Well, thank you guys. This has been a very interesting way to kind of approach things from the standpoint of kind of theory and then also user experience as well. So any final thoughts that you guys have? We'll take a break here for a few minutes before we start looking at Fair Park as an eco district and how we can retrofit existing facilities, some of which are beautiful Art Deco buildings that need some love. So any final thoughts on building health as it pertains to your experiences?
Do something. You don't have to do it all. You don't have to go for the full certification.
Yes.
Do
something. Get on the
something.
Here. There was a mayor of Boulder, Colorado, and we were in a conversation more specific to resilience, but it was resilience and health and sustainability, and a bit of a curmudgeon, this particular mayor. And I'll never forget, he stood up and he said, "Can we just stop doing the dumb things?" So,
Hear, hear.
you know, look, I mean, our buildings, I mean, this is why Democrats and Republicans love like green building issues. Our buildings are wasting billions of dollars of energy. Can we just stop doing the dumb things? If you look at it and you dive in, there's so many things we can do that are on green building, healthy building, that are no cost, low cost, and they are quick fixes that have huge ramifications for your buildings and the occupants inside. And that's what it's all about. So, yeah, do something.
Well, thank you, guys. So we'll be back in about 20 minutes or so. So have time to take a break, grab some water, and we'll see you soon. need to get you guys the ability to control your slides up here. So let you control that, or somebody up here can control that. So thank you for joining us. We're going to be able to take a look at what we can do with an existing building. We've talked a lot about new development. We've talked about health and wellness in buildings. But most of the buildings that we're going to be using in the next 20 to 50 years are honestly already standing. So how do we work with the existing facilities that we have, and how do we preserve those facilities that are iconic, historic, and are a great asset to our communities? So with that, I will turn it over to our panel, and I'll have them introduce themselves briefly. I know they've got a slide coming up on that, so we'll turn it over to you.
All right, thank you, Jonathan.
So
who's been to the Fair Park website?
We are here. 135 years, 11 institutions, and 7 generations of milestone moments have led us to the next era in the legacy of Fair Park. As the focal point of the Fair Park Cultural District, this 277-acre National Historic Landmark remains a monument to progress, iconic in its mission of fostering a stronger future by creating common ground for all communities. In the next phase of Fair Park's journey, the stage is set to host a sustainable presence rooted in community, connections, and culture, while inviting the future of innovation, exploration, and activities. For these values, a new vision is shaped to advance our community and inspire individual growth through exploration, active living, and open spaces. In true Fair Park fashion, we look to the future to ensure progress, while learning from our past to shape our principles. From here, we forge a distinct identity, creating a place where all are invited to explore and where Dallas comes to discover.
Fantastic. We are on a roll. Technology is working. So good morning, everybody. My name is Cliff Braddock. I'm the one that's on the right, Director of Business Development with Metco Engineering. I'm so happy to have you guys in the group here this morning. And you're going to walk out of here a little bit smarter than you did when you walked in. So just hang tight, hang on to your seats, and we're going to talk about project transformation, and the transformation of this site that's out here through those doors. So joining with me today is, we have a lot of young people on our panel, and I worry about their experience. It's only measured in single digits of decades. So we have Johnny Brumfield, who's engineering with the City of Dallas. He has led the transformation of many buildings within the City of Dallas for energy efficiencies through the years. And then next to him is our friend Baman Yazdani. So there'll be a test after the end of this to see if you can repeat this. So Associate Director, Texas Engineering Experimental Station, Energy Systems Lab at the Texas A&M campus. Can y'all repeat that back real quickly? So anyway, we're happy to have Baman here this morning with us. And then on the far right, my far right, is Deanne Hirsch, and she is responsible for a lot of this transformation that you're seeing take place. And near the end of our presentation, she's going to give us a status update. You've heard of JIT, just-in-time delivery. I guess that's just-in-time. So we'll get a just-in-time status update today from Deanne. And so myself, we've been involved. This team has been involved in a number of projects through the years, and we're going to tell you a little bit about some of that. And we're bringing those experiences over here to Fair Park. So it'll be a 4-part presentation this morning. And so I'm going to move on, and let's start our education. So I know some of the folks in the front row, and the guy over here that took his cowboy hat off, he can't answer these questions. But the rest of you, have you put together projects before? Have you ever, been responsible for putting together a transformative project, or any project, particularly if it's related to energy, sustainability, carbon footprint reduction? And hopefully the answer is yes. Let's raise our hand. Yeah, we've done that before. So think about this. When you're putting that project together, there's really 3 areas of concern that you need to address. And so you need to be sure, technically speaking, that this project's going to work. Does it have carbon reduction? Does it have energy efficiencies? Is the lighting going to be meeting, your new specifications? Is air conditioning going to be code compliant, so forth? So what I'm saying is, when you put a project together, you need to check that technical box. Because we see projects where people have these concepts in mind, they're thinking in the right place, but the technology is just not there, to move it forward. So we're going to tell you a little bit today about technologies that are appropriate for the transformation here at Fair Park. Second bucket that you look at, does it make financial sense? Where we live in our industry, we hear people all the time talk about technology, transformation that could take place. And it sounds great, especially if you're at a bar having a beer. But when you go pencil it out, what does it cost? And then you start looking at the finances behind it, and then you think, it's just not going to work. To my knowledge, really, there's only one entity in the world that can even do these projects that make no financial sense whatsoever, and that would be our federal government. So, we're not the Fed, so our projects have to pencil out. And so we're going to tell you a little bit more about projects, how we're funding some of these projects, where they do, in fact, have attractive financial ROIs, returns on investment. So y'all hanging in here with me? So we got bucket number 1, technical, bucket number 2, financial. Does it make sense? Now then, bucket number 3, to me, is the hardest one. That's the most difficult. What is your business model, your project implementation plan? How do you go about getting this project installed? The procurement, the design, the build, the overall finishing the project, commissioning at the end, and being sure that what you expected is, in fact, delivered. Sometimes you have to inspect what you expect to be sure that everything is kosher and your bucket number 3 is, in fact, solid. So there'll be a test at the end of this to be sure you picked up on these 3 buckets. So now we're going to move along and tell you some prior experience of this team. And we're going to let Johnny Brumfield explain some of the history as to where he's come from, some of the activities that he led in the transformation of City of Dallas just a few short years ago. So, Johnny, you got a little bit of short time there. You got to cover 10 to 15 years of accomplishments in a few minutes. All right, Johnny.
Hello, everybody. Hello, everybody. Everybody can hear me, I think, pretty good. I like this mic system. This is great.
Probably stereo now.
All right. Let me see. All right. I like this a little better.
You're more profound on the single mic.
Yeah, I like this better. We've done quite a bit of projects here within the city of Dallas. My experience takes over about 3 different departments. Okay. Started out in equipment building services, where equipment building services is a maintenance department. It is now called building services department. And there we've done a lot of major maintenance type projects, okay? And of course, being part of public works, same thing. And also in the Parks and Recreation Department. We've done a lot of projects here at Fair Park. This picture here you see of City Hall, we've done a lot of work at City Hall. The lighting on the inside of the building, we did all the lighting on the inside of the building. We did a project to do that, major lighting upgrade, saved a lot of energy dollars. So we're very proud of that project. So it reduced helped to reduce the carbon footprint. In addition to that, we also did some major HVAC projects. One of the projects that really comes to mind is we did this very nice renovation on the 7th floor, whereas we upgraded the system and we came through with a more energy efficient system. We put in a high efficiency unit to help with the air conditioning. The picture you see down there, the Myerson Symphony Center, we put in some high efficiency chiller package. And that project went really well, really proud of it. And then we also did a nice controls package to go with that. So those are the two pictures there. We've done work at Fair Park Aquarium, and we've done a lot of nice work over there. I think Fair Park Aquarium is doing quite well at this point. We've done work at Texas Discovery Garden. Matter of fact, the Texas Discovery Garden is one that has had some challenges, but in a phase-out program, we've actually been able to accomplish quite a bit there. There's still work to do, okay? So that's why we have ongoing prospective projects. Also, the one, of course, Cotton Bowl, we've done a lot of work there. We've done some controls work with the Cotton Bowl, so I think that is ongoing as we speak. Done work at the Hall of State. Hall of State, we did a major infrastructure change. We put in a new chill water air-cooled chiller package. The reason why that system was so effective is because it's a high-efficiency chiller package, and when you combine that with an upgrade in the infrastructure to support the chiller package, then that is just the way to go when you're looking at analyzing HVAC systems. One of the things that we try our best to do is we try to make sure that we put in high-efficiency systems, because those will actually reduce the electricity bill, which would actually cause the meter to move a little slower, and it will also give us some green energy initiatives. So HVAC, electrical, they all go hand in hand with each other. One must support the infrastructure. Let's go to the next slide. I'm going to try that. Next slide basically shows some of the positive outcomes that we've had. And as you look at this particular picture, you see that through the SECO loan program, we've been able to reduce the energy usage through the years. You look at FY 2012, it started out at a certain level, between 72, 73,000, like that, kWh, and we go down. It's been a downward trend, so that's been very good. So there has been some positive outcomes due to our projects portfolio that we have performed. Annual energy costs are down by 29%. That is substantial. But there is still room for growth. There are still other projects to be done. Say, for instance, we have some HVAC systems throughout the city of Dallas that have this R22 refrigerant. And so that is an incentive right there because, of course, R22 is obsolete. As we move towards the more 410A refrigerants, then we kind of move into a better area that's more accessible, up to date. The cost of electricity is like 3% contribution. Better management of kW demand helps. Next slide. Music Hall was a successful project, and we've done some new chillers there, LED upgrades, and there's still plenty of room for energy conservation measures. Lighting control, just two of the ones that come off my mind that we could do that are quick payback items. But there are also some other items that could be implemented too. When you use it like a SECO loan program, but I think it's like it's 2% or less, you can actually accomplish getting some major maintenance items ducked in with those that would help pay for itself. So the goal is to have a good medium between lighting control, HVAC controls, and to also put in some necessary items that are needed at the buildings. Some buildings have waterproofing issues. Some buildings have some foundation issues. So all of these, when you look at this, when you look at Fair Park as a whole, these are things, incentives in time to come that can be done that can help us with the overall outcome of the Fair Park area. We've had some boiler optimization there at Music Hall, and as a result, you can see that the usage has gone down. There's been an annual savings of about 27%. So that is also a very good thing. And that's one of the things that you can look at. You want to make sure that you reduce your kWh and kW. And when you can do that by a substantial amount, you're moving in the right direction. profound positive environmental impacts, equivalent to annual electricity usage of 14,341 homes. When you put this in perspective, there's a comparison with what we're doing and how it affects the environment. And it's all about sustainability concepts, sustainable concepts. Go to the next slide. Fair Park, energy usage trends and opportunities. Now, even though we've done quite a bit of projects throughout the city of Dallas, there is still opportunities. Amen? That's the preacher in me. There's still opportunities. So we're going to, all Fair Park meters since 2014, there's a constant incline on KWH. So when we and I think Deanne's going to speak to this in a little bit, when we get to the point that we can do some additional LED lighting upgrades, okay, I think that's going to help tremendously with the entire campus. Also, there's going to be some room for doing the some major maintenance items, and HVAC is always a consideration. Not only is HVAC a consideration, we have some chiller projects here that probably need to be done, chiller upgrades. We have some HVAC controls that will need to be done here at Fair Park, and those are something that are on the horizon for doing some additional work. And of course, Fair Park meters, it says it went up during COVID downtime. So I'm sure we can all relate to COVID has had some effects on all of us. And there's aging infrastructure. As a building as time progresses, all buildings will have some aging infrastructure. And when I say that, you would have to do some upgrades to electrical. You'd have to do some upgrades to, of course, HVAC. You'd have to do some plumbing upgrades. And one of the things that happens in all plumbing systems that we have noticed throughout the whole city, and this is anywhere that you look at, you would have some plumbing sanitary issues. You will have some plumbing stormwater issues. Sometimes you have blockages that get into the system, and those blockages have to be addressed. How do we address blockages in plumbing systems? The very first thing that we would do, we take a camera. First we go out and visit and inspect it, and then we take a camera and do a camera investigation. We have to see exactly where those plumbing blockages are, whether it be plumbing sanitary, whether it be plumbing stormwater, or whatever, but we have to do those. And then periodically, you have to upgrade plumbing fixtures. And I'm sure everybody here has had some familiarity with upgrading some plumbing fixtures at times. Sometimes you have to upgrade urinals. Sometimes you upgrade water closets. Sometimes you have to upgrade your bathrooms overall, because sometimes some of our bathrooms over time becomes dated. And this is a good opportunity for trying to go in and do some major upgrades. So aging infrastructure is something that all buildings will face with time. Fair Park, technology upgrade opportunities. We mentioned about, look at this example here. High mass, multiple 1,000-watt metal halide. So from that, we go to this, and I think some of those changes have been going on. Matter of fact, when you think about going from a 1,000-watt metal halide to a 250 LED light fixture, those are huge energy conservation measures. That's a huge energy savings right there. So to be able to go from 1,000 watts down to 250 watts, somebody say, wow. That's good.
That's per fixture, not there's 8 of those things.
Uh-huh. So that's per fixture, right. That 1,000 watt is per fixture, so that's a more dramatic difference. When we start looking at each fixture, in this example here, it was 1,000 watts. And we go from 1,000 watts down to 250 watts, that's just great. Manual controls for HVAC. How many of you have known about HVAC control issues in your buildings? I see a couple of hands, so that's good. But in time, and I know Deanne can testify to that, there are lots of control issues from time to time. So periodically, we have to go through and make sure that we upgrade our control system, because controls is part of technology. And as time progresses, aging infrastructure, we just have to upgrade controls. One of the things I would say on lighting controls, and this is my position on that, it's good to make sure you have occupancy sensors in the right place. I think that is an excellent lighting controls measure. HVAC, there are several systems out there. One of the platforms that most control companies, I would say all of them are familiar with, is the Niagara Controls platform. That is a platform that is open protocol and open architecture. So with that comes some good characteristics, because you want something that everybody can supposedly work on. And I'm going to go to the next one. Fair Park Energy Efficiencies Project, how to get it done. At this point now, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Bauman, yes, Denny. And this young man coming up here, y'all give him a hand. He is just awesome. Has excellent credentials, been with Texas A&M for years and years. And if you want something done right, see him.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate you.
Yes, where you come from?
Yes, good morning. Thank you. Where I come from, a lot of people think I'm from West Texas, but I'm actually from East Texas, about 12,000 miles east of Texarkana. So
Think about that one a moment.
Yeah. Before anything, I just heard this, that there were some women talking, and neither of them were married, and they were talking to each other as to how do you choose a man? And one of them said, I'm following the rule of 666. And the other one said, oh, that's not good. He says, oh, it is good. He said, well, what are you talking about? Rule of 666. He says, well, he needs to be 6 foot tall. He needs to have a six-pack. And he needs to make a six-figure income. So I have a one-pack, but I don't know if that counts. But luckily, I've been married 46, almost 47 years, so I don't need to keep that six-pack. One of the things you talked about, the buckets. Hopefully, we don't kick any bucket before the projects are done, right? So
that was number 4. How long does all this take?
Okay. How do I do this? Push this?
No, you hit the...
Yeah.
Well, I guess that works.
I got it. Okay. So I worked with Texas A&M University system, which has 7 agencies within the university. And Texas A&M University system has 11 universities throughout the state of Texas. So all the research aspect of the of Texas A&M engineering departments or College of Engineering are put together as a research. So that is over $1 billion a year of research. And its purpose is to foster innovations and do research, do education, and do service. Service is a big item on here. And of course, help with the economic development of the state of Texas. Texas A&M Engineering Experiment Station, or TEAS, is, as I said, it's the research arm of the state of Texas A&M University for the state of Texas. That by itself is a state agency. So this is the only engineering agency of the state of Texas. It has 30 divisions, and this is TEAS has its main goal again is doing innovations and introducing, from how to build roadways, for example. That's not taught in any university. So a lot of the practical aspects of it as well. Energy Systems Lab is one of the 30 divisions within TEAS. And its purpose, we have about a handful of areas that we work in. And one of the areas that I introduced to ESL was to do a comprehensive energy efficiency rather than just doing what A&M Energy Systems Lab developed, which is called continuous commissioning, which is basically we developed the commissioning aspects, and federal government actually took all the information from that, and we developed energy efficiency guidelines for commissioning. So the federal government is using our methodology, if you will. Continuous commissioning was what ESL did for a number of years. So we expanded this further, and so we do a comprehensive type of thing. So energy efficiency as a whole, as a comprehensive, as a not just one aspect of it, from policy to for example, we helped write energy policies for entities and such. One of the other things that we have been involved with just recently, I say recently, last 20 years, is some legislative responsibilities on emission reduction calculations, helping with energy codes for the state of Texas. So we engage on rulemaking methodology. We follow that and recommend energy codes for the state of Texas, both residential and commercial. We do sustainability management. We have an industrial assessment center where we help the industry become more energy efficient, and we do, assessments. Used to be called audits, but now it's assessments. And we work with the Department of Energy and a lot of the nonprofit organizations in the state of Texas. These are some of the clients that we have, from NASA to, thanks to Johnny and his awesome work with City of Dallas, and as you can see, City of Austin. We have the other Texas A&M colleges and universities. One of the examples I want to give you is DFW Airport. So we got in, and this is strictly on continuous commissioning, by the way. And so they were building a Terminal D in 2006 or 2006, 2 million square foot facility, and the Grand Hyatt in the middle of it. And the first bill they got for that time was about $1 million a month. And so they said, okay, what do we do on this thing? And so we helped DFW Airport reduce their energy, their heating by 48%, their cooling by 23%, and their electricity by 12%. This was huge because not only, for example, airports are adding facilities, and so they have to build the infrastructure for the electricity and the utilities. So this actually reduced the demand, and so they could go forward. We mainly did Terminal D, which is the international terminal, and we did other areas. The total cost of this was $6.7 million, done through savings throughout the since 2008, actually. And here's the results of this. So they spent $6.7 million, and so far they have accumulated almost $47 million as of last August. Okay, as of last August. So this is another project was Alamo College is made up of 5 colleges in San Antonio, like San Antonio College, St. Mary's, St. Philip's, and so on. And we did the same thing with a little twist where we worked as the energy manager for them. So they hired us as energy manager for Alamo Colleges. And again, so far they've spent $7.7 million. And again, up to February of this year, they have accumulated almost $38 million of utility cost reduction. We are a partner with Houston Airport System. The gentleman, one of the top folks with DFW Airport, happened to move to Houston Airport System and talked about, oh, you got to get these guys to help you. And so I want to thank Mr. Bargheri here, who's the president of Medco Engineering, and Mr. Garrett McEnroe from Oklahoma City, Oklahoma, and who came to the rescue, and together we developed a project, $28.3 million project for Houston Airport System, which includes Houston Intercontinental Airport, Houston Hobby Airport, and Ellington Airport. And we are just finishing. This is the last month of that project. And so we've through this project, we have put in a megawatt of solar on Hobby Airport. So next time you go to Hobby, look on the parking lot. They call it the red parking lot, the old parking lot. On top of it, there are wonderful solar array, 1 megawatt. And if you come to the terminal itself, there's a monitor that shows you instantly how much energy is being saved and what has been saved in the last week, last month, since its opening. So that was one. We changed the whole central utility plant. So they got a brand new central utility plant with 4 1,100-ton chillers and new boilers, new this and that, and followed the business model that my friend, Mr. Braddock, was suggesting. And we went, and I'll show you in a minute how we did. These are some of the things we just talked about. Baggage handling system upgrade, continuous commissioning, of course, which is what we have developed. Variable speed drives, which some of you may not know what it is, but in general, if you reduce if you reduce the speed of anything, let's say by half, you are not going to only reduce the power consumption by half. You are reducing the power consumption by 1/2 times 1/2 times 1/2 to the cube of speed. So if you reduce the speed of a fan or a motor or, a cooling tower, whatever, you reduce the speed by 1/2, you're reducing the power by 7/8. This is huge. And so the variable speed drives were put on equipment so that when there's no need, it could slow down, and there's tremendous savings in there. So these are, I'm not going to go through this list. And this is, again, more of the benefits. The benefits are huge. A lot of people are saying, okay, the benefits are monetary. But really, when you look at it, that's a secondary reason why you want to do energy efficiency stuff. The first one is the environment, the reduction of emissions, where cleaner air for your community and for your city. So these are some of the benefits of it. And so here's a program that the state of Texas Comptroller of Public Accounts offers. They offer a 1 or 2% interest rate funding. Houston Airport System used that. They borrowed a little less than $16 million, and they added a little bit more to do these upgrades as well. But they are paying off the $16 million from the energy savings. So what a beautiful thing. And so we used, thanks to Mr. Brumfeld, we used the same model, if you will, and thanks to Mr. Braddock, and again, Medco Engineering, to do the same thing for the city of Dallas, for the Dallas City Hall project and one other project. So this was the way it worked. So here's a public entity in Comptroller of Public Accounts. Here's another public entity, which is TEAS, Texas A&M University. Here's another public entity with City of Dallas and with Medco Engineering, which is a for-profit, but they are up to date in everything and on the edge of technology. So thank you for providing all that service. Appreciate you. Real quickly about this, and I shut up and sit down. This is the Lone Star project or program that the State Energy Office has. 2% if they use local monies, or if they use federal ARA money, it's 1%. But you have to, there are a lot of things with that. You have to buy American. You have to, adhere to the federal government guidelines, which is a lot more paperwork. But again, we do it all. So you don't have to know everything about this. Just providing your facility will come, as a whole, become public-private entity, come in and show you whether you have potential on energy savings or not, and give you a whole picture of how you finance it, how do you design it, how do you implemented, and how do you maintain it? So I think this is the last slide. Thank you for the opportunity, everyone. Appreciate you.
We're not done yet. We're on the last little bit here. And Jonathan, I don't know if you make the timer work or not, but it still says 0, so I've got like 5 hours that I can go.
Hey, Cliff, I can change that if you need to. You got 5 minutes.
5 minutes. All right, that's perfect. All right, so here is the hierarchy of project evolution. You got to start with your concepts, your goals, and progress across the spectrum there. And so for here at Fair Park, I think Deanne can safely say that she's well underway with the goal, the master plan, the challenges, and on and on and on here for bringing forth a high-performing, transformative project here for Fair Park. So Johnny can testify that he's got a team behind him. I don't know if they're behind you, in front of you, or where they are, but
we work together.
You work together. The city's eco warriors, and you can read what you want into the name there, but we didn't do battle with them, but we did do discussions with them about the opportunities within the city's park and rec, as well as across the whole city. And those guys.
This is how my wife does. She discusses things with me.
She discusses things with you. Even though the title may be warrior, she discusses. So anyway, it went well with the eco warriors. They are what they say. They fight for a greener environment and quality environments for the citizens of the city. So Fair Park is included, as well as the entire city and the Parks and Rec, specifically. So below there is a photo of the cover of the master plan for Fair Park. I would encourage you can look at it online, and so there's a lot of good reading in there, and you can see a huge amount of effort that's gone into the transformation of this facility, not Briscoe, but the entire site here. You can't read the little thing on the bottom left, but there was a stakeholder survey done. What do people who are familiar with the park that visit, what are the top areas of opportunity that you would like to see? The transformation. And lighting, we were happy to see that it made the list, as well as a number of other things that are on there. But the stakeholders are thinking of energy efficiencies. What a lot of people don't see are some of the things that we're talking about behind the curtain. The chillers, the HVAC, the controls, and water conservation opportunities. And I will ask you guys, have you ever thought about meters? The way power is actually delivered to your site, where it's located, the underground infrastructure for gas and water, water and electricity, all three of them. So there's opportunities here to just save money just simply by re-engineering and redesign on how power and gas is distributed and delivered to these buildings. The park is old, and so Dee is a young lady, and so she gets to experience all of the decades of we'll say not necessarily optimal engineering decisions that were made previous to the current. So that gives a lot of opportunity for other improvements today. So anyway, we see this project here to use this business model to implement, and so I think I'm going to let Dee come up here and give us a snapshot as to where things are today. She's, I don't know what she's doing this afternoon, but she's dressed to be one of those warriors and go make things happen here on behalf of Fair Park. So Dee, why don't you come up here and give us a quick, Jonathan said that we don't have much time, so we're...
Thanks, folks. I'll be fast. I'm our Assistant General Manager for Operations here at Fair Park, and I do get to oversee a great team of folks that is constantly trying every day to make things a little bit better and a little bit more efficient. We've got some significant projects coming up through the Proposition A bond that was passed in November by the Dallas Tax Authority, and our Dallas citizens came through. This will mean about $325 million worth of investment in Fair Park. This is the largest investment since its inception. So we're very excited. Those are going to be targeted investments towards 6 facilities: the Automobile Building, Centennial, Music Hall, Band Shell, Cotton Bowl, and Coliseum. Those are really our biggest money makers. If you look at it that way, where are we going to invest first? Those facilities that can bring greater potential for attendees and shows. So we're investing there. And along with those investments in those buildings come a lot of work. Energy improvements, those are going to be ongoing with high mast lighting, active work that we have going on, replacing old flushometers with brand new sensor flushometers so that they're a little more efficient. We're doing all of the little things that are necessary to get our facility ready for the big improvements. One thing that I do want to mention, and I think it's really important, is that with that $325 million, we are looking at a full MEP package for each building. So we're not only going to try to make the buildings look pretty again, but we're also going to try to make them a lot more energy efficient. One of the earlier slides talked about the fact that our usage went up in COVID and they continue to go up. Part of that is a result of utilization of the facility. It is more active. During COVID, we served as a mass vaccination site. So we had people on property almost every day. So we're one of the only facilities that would necessarily see that giant trend as it went up. And one of the things that has resulted in that is we have been very busy all the way through, and we continue to increase our activation. So in an entertainment venue, sometimes when you see energy increases, that's actually kind of good for us. That means our revenue's increasing as well. But when we do that, we have to make sure that we're doing it responsibly. OVG 360 is the management entity here at Fair Park. And we have a brand new goal at OVG 360, and that is our Green Initiative Plan. We're rolling that out nationally throughout our 300 plus venues that we manage, one of which is here at Fair Park. All of that is centered around making each and every one of our facilities considerably more energy efficient, with the use of everything from our day-to-day processes all the way down to our cleaning processes and our horticultural processes when we look at what kind of plants are we planting? Are they water-wise? Are they earth-friendly? Do they make sense for the type of site that where your site is situated with regard to weather and things of that nature? So we're excited about all of the things that are coming up here at Fair Park. I'm happy to answer any questions that you have. I know we're running really, really, really low on time. So I'll hang around here afterwards and be happy to chat with you about anything that you want to know about Fair Park.
Thank you. Thank you, Dean. All right. So we're at the final now. So here's the test. Have we covered a project, technically speaking? Say yes. Yeah, all right, good. Did we discuss how we're going to make it financially successful? Okay, do we have a business model that'll work? Now, okay, you guys you can go to your lunch and have a good afternoon. So as a summary, why does this work? We're going to rechannel existing utility budgets to pay for the loan that we would use for the energy infrastructure. So energy savings is paying. Y'all know that a kilowatt hour reduction has a commensurate carbon reduction. So we're going to claim a huge carbon footprint reduction here. And so we got new infrastructure, and even after paying the loans back, there's some energy savings that are involved. And above it all, Jonathan, sustainability. So if y'all don't know, I guess you guys know Jonathan. He's head of the U.S. Green Building Council for the entire state of Texas. And I beat him to the draw wearing the green today. So anyway, we thank you guys a lot for the opportunity this morning. That's the close of our presentation. We're happy to take questions, but we're out of time. So I guess we will conclude. What do we do, Jonathan? Questions, or let everybody go eat?
If we have a couple questions, we can go ahead and take that and then head out to lunch. If anybody is going to the leadership lunch with Governor Perry, that is starting pretty quickly, so if you're heading out for that, please feel free to take off. If not, if there are already a few questions, we can do that. If not, we can adjourn, and our next session will begin in this room at 2 o'clock, talking about circularity in the building industry and for building materials. So if there are any questions, you guys covered a lot, so go ahead, Bauman.
I just wanted to just add something. Thank you.
It's on.
Working.
It's already on, Bond. Just talking to it.
Oh, okay. One would ask why Texas A&M is doing this. Or what is it in doing these kind of projects? How Texas A&M?
All you do is college degrees, so there's a little bit more than
Yes,
get
but
a diploma.
right, but you know the goal. In fact, there were a lot of people when we started doing some of this. A lot of people started saying, you know, this is not part of the goals or the charge of a public university. And I did ask, what is the charge of a public university? They said, research, training, student involvement, and service. I said, let me show you how this meets and exceeds every one of these aspects. And I want to tell you that this is not for our students, for example. This has been a major win because it's not just book learning. It is getting the students involved with real projects. And I have an example of that student. I want to introduce to you Dr. Shayan Niknejad. Dr. Shayan Niknejad. He got his PhD, and he has a couple of patents on hydrogen, which I never would get to that. I mean, I never would get to his level on all of that. But this is how it benefits. It's a side benefit, but it's a huge side benefit of that.
I also wanted to say this too. I would be remiss if I didn't mention this particular young lady in the room, Mrs. Frances Oakles McGee. She is the president of Eco Warriors, and I've asked her to stand. She has been leading the team effort from the Parks Department for sustainability concepts and initiatives, and we just recently received an award as we together, her team, DFW award that recognized, DFW Directors Award that recognized the team's efforts for sustainability in the Metroplex.
All right. So there you go, Jonathan. We asked our own questions.
I noticed. Not a problem. Thank you guys very much. As a great presentation. I look forward to the completion of this. I love Fair Park, and I love the ability to improve it and keep it going for another 100 years. So thank you guys for what you're doing with this project. We will convene again at 2 o'clock.
The American dream is under attack. The greatest country in the world is now more polarized than ever before.
This is about targeting women of color.
Put your mask on. It's an insult to our country as the world is already laughing at us.
While we're dividing ourselves from within, while the nation is focused on internal battles, a greater threat looms in the horizon. The Chinese Communist Party.
绝不允许任何外来势力奴役我们，谁妄想这样干，必将头破血流。
They're systematically infiltrating our government. They're stealing our technology, and they're attacking our freedoms.
The FBI is opening a new China-related counterintelligence case about every 10 hours.
The Chinese are preparing for war. We Americans are very good at being oblivious as to what our enemies are saying. And we did not pay attention to Osama bin Laden until one day he killed 2,977 Americans.
This is not just a battle of ideologies or just about pursuit of dominance. This is a war that will alter the course of our lives. And if we lose, it will condemn our children and future generations to a world of unimaginable horrors. This is why my show in the Epoch Times is so critical. We're not afraid to take on the Chinese regime head on.
And he said, they told me that if I keep talking to you, they're going to hire a hitman to chop off one of my hands.
We're not afraid to call out the CCP for their atrocities. We're completely independent. Our only interest is in traditional journalism and reporting truthfully. Bizarre news today. The Chinese Communist Party is opening up police stations, departments, and working as overseas bureaus all around the world, including right here in New York. You heard that right. It's time to replace the Chinese regime's propaganda with truth. Get back to the basics: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All you have to do is subscribe to Epoch TV, and you'll get so much more in return. Just click on the link in the description below this video, and you're on your way.
Baby, this is our time to rewrite our American dream.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for coming back after our extended lunch break. So I've got a great panel here set up for us, and we'll get started in just a couple minutes. I know there's some folks out in the hallway who will be joining us again too, so let's get your microphone turned back on. There you go. And so I've got 2 microphones up there for you guys. All right. Yes. Absolutely. So welcome back. For those of you who don't know me, my name is Jonathan Kratz. I'm the Executive Director for the U.S. Green Building Council's Texas chapter, and I've had the privilege of curating the Built Environment Conference for EarthX 2023. I've had the opportunity to meet a lot of great speakers, some for the first time, reconnecting with others, so I think this has been we've had really great content today, and I think that this is going to continue to the rest of the afternoon. I will introduce our moderator for this panel, Laurence Carr, who is a designer based in New York City and working literally around the world. Where are you flying in from this week?
Milan.
Milan this week. Last time I talked to you were in Paris. So occasionally, I guess you're in New York, kind of like I'm occasionally in Dallas, even though I live here. So I'll turn it over to Laurence, and she will introduce the rest of her panel. I'm looking forward to the discussion on circularity.
Thank you, Jonathan. So I will start with thank you, everyone. Thank you for being here. I'll just start with a few opening remarks. So just to put things in context, all segments of a built ecosystem must really change direction to stem the tide of rising global temperatures, as we know. And whether it's how we build new cities, readapt existing environment, redesign a workplace to transform them into residential hubs and buildings, protect cities and affordable housing in vulnerable regions. All these strategies are simultaneously of the utmost urgency. Decarbonization of the built environment continues to be the imperative of the time, as ESG and carbon disclosure mandates catalyze transformation in the building industry. We see investment in sustainable design and construction strategies that sequester carbon in buildings. Eliminating carbon emissions from the built environment is critical for solving the climate crisis, and it's going to require innovative thinking and solutions at every phase of a project's life. Green buildings also means integrating from the very start healthy materials, recycled or upcycled, and making educated choices with existing materials or regenerative and biomaterials, all with a circularity approach. While addressing these challenges in the built environment, how can a circular economy approach transform the built industry? So it is my great pleasure to introduce my guest panelist, Marty Brennan, principal at ZGF Architects, and Steve Coy, Technical Director of Health and Sustainability at BIFMA and Chairman of Mindful Materials. Thank you for being here. So I will ask each of you to introduce yourself, and I will also ask a question, you know, what you do and a little bit more than just what I just introduced you to. So let's start with you, Marty. What is circularity and why is it important in building materials?
Well, thank you, Laurence. It's great to be here. So, yeah, I'm Marty Brennan, and I'm an architect at ZGF, and with kind of a background in doing a lot of daylighting, circadian lighting, and more recently, mass timber. And I was a carpenter for 10 years, so I really love wood and trees and the whole thing. So just to repeat the question, so the question was just what is circularity?
Yes, so in your opinion, what is circularity and why is it important in building and materials?
Yeah, thank you. So I guess when I think circularity, I think of just a tree in the forest. It really is the gold standard of something that is ultimately renewable. It's zero waste, and it's just a series. It's a closed loop. You have a seed, it grows into a tree. You harvest it, you put it into a building. You can deconstruct it. It will either compost or you can reuse it. So I think that there's just this kind of closed loop approach to it. And I think you summarized, this represents a huge opportunity for decarbonization, public health, beauty, and just, and this can extend to almost every supply chain. Low carbon concrete, for instance, I think there's an explosion of opportunities happening within that supply chain to minimize waste, find efficiencies. Can you use renewables along that supply chain path? So it really is an exciting time of just every possible material has opportunities.
Thank you. What about you, Steve? Please
All right.
Introduce yourself.
Absolutely. Thank you, Laurence. I'm Steve Coy. As mentioned, I'm the Technical Director of Health and Sustainability at BIFMA. I've been in the furniture industry. BIFMA, by the way, represents particularly commercial office furniture manufacturers as an association. Been in the industry for over 20 years, worked for people like Hayworth and Steelcase in sustainability. So my background definitely is thinking about how materials come from the earth, typically, all the way to what we're sitting on today. Along with that, more on a side volunteer perspective, I'm chair of the Mindful Materials Group, which is a nonprofit, seeking, and we'll go through this a little bit more, seeking to really clarify and help amplify certain messages and hopefully clarify what's really sustainable. To answer your question, I'm going to take a little different tact just because, again, of the background I have. From our perspective, it's definitely where Marty's going with this mindset of, a closed loop. We look at the economic model and we look at the materials in particular and how to set up both of those things so that people are buying something and, of course, at the end of its life, it has that ability to be reused as opposed to landfill or incineration.
Marty, how do building materials contribute to carbon emissions? And what are the current trends in reducing carbon footprint in the industry?
Yeah, so, we've been talking about it already, just, every single material in this room, from the furniture, the flooring, the ACT tile, starts from, it's extracted somewhere as a mineral, or it's possibly grown, it's harvested, it's then has to be transported, has to be milled, it has to be dried, it has to be packaged, it has to get to from, what we call cradle to gate. You imagine it on a loading dock, it's on a pallet. That's kind of the first step of the process. And, from there, it's got to get to the job site. There's going to be some emissions from the contractors to transport it, the diesel to actually install it, then the life of that product in the building, you got to maintain it. You have to clean it, so there's emissions. And eventually there's an end of life, which is kind of fascinating, is what's going to happen. There was a discussion earlier about this whole Fair Park and what's its future. So what's the future of every single product in this room? And I think the furniture industry is way ahead of architecture in terms of really rethinking the end of life and how to return those materials to the cycle. But for the materials in this room, there are a lot of opportunities, and so it's really thinking through every step in that chain. And the second part of that question was?
What are the current trends in reducing carbon footprint?
Yeah, so that's a huge one. A lot of the discussion today has been about Scope 1 and Scope 2 emissions, which is kind of the direct emissions on site and indirect emissions from purchased electricity. But then, we're just starting to scratch the surface of Scope 3, which is what we're talking about, which is all the emissions of all the materials in this room. And, it's kind of an exciting time, like just even in the healthcare sector, there's the healthcare sector pledge, which came out of the White House, and it says, hey, every hospital, can you make a commitment in the United States where you're going to, track be net zero by 2050? So that's great. That's Scope 1 and 2. But as we're seeing in the diagram that you're seeing right now, the vast majority of emissions that we're going to see in the next decade and 50 years is actually the supply chain emissions, right? So, everybody's doing a really good job to electrify, to diversify, and decarbonize Scope 1 and Scope 2. And that could be clean hydrogen. There's all sorts of ways to get there. But we need to integrate that into every single supply chain. So step one is these commitments are happening, and they're happening across the AEC. Like, it's great. The Architect 2030 made a commitment 15 years ago, and now have a decarbonization goal for embodied carbon. But now we have structural engineers with the 2050 challenge. We have mechanical engineers, the 2040 challenge. We all picked a different decade. I don't know why, but in general, we're all like just saying, hey, we're going to commit to this. We're going to start to figure this out. And then the big trends, like what you see right now on the screen, is an airport we're designing in Portland, and this is a 9-acre wood roof. And every stick of wood that you're seeing in that rendering is actually sourced from about 12 different forests between eastern and western Washington and eastern and western Oregon. And it's from different native tribes, nonprofits, small family owners. And so really rethinking how we do sourcing of materials, where we're connecting the dots of urban and rural. We're connecting the dots of, really, there's a huge social justice that goes like hand in hand with decarbonization, but this whole idea of bio-based economy. And so can we grow our materials because they're naturally sequestering carbon? Mm-hmm. So yeah, I think we'll unpack that as we go, but I think the bio-based movement is one of the biggest.
Very interesting. Steve, how can we measure the circularity of building materials?
So the slide that was there just a couple slides ago is perfect. And Marty's, put a good foundation on this conversation. It really is about kind of looking at the life cycle assessment of a product and seeing where the material origin is. So, believe it or not, there's a lot of different steel out there in terms of what's used even in the furniture business and where it's specified and, what's specified, I should say, what grade of steel, and then what's the recycled content of that steel. So those are the types of things, but it's really getting into the material construction in its origin. And then, fortunately, we do have life cycle assessments. We do have EPDs out there. There's going to be a lot of conversations around EPDs, environmental product declarations, that can get into the, kind of the stats, if you will, or the environmental impact of the product. So those are the main things that we can do to look at that and get a global warming potential out of it. I do think sometimes statistically that can get us a little bit into trouble in terms of comparability and all those things, so we have to be careful there. But the simple solution really is just think about where the origin of the material came from. You hit the nail on the head. It's not often the case where the major impact environmentally is at my manufacturer's location. There's more assembly going on there. It's where that raw material was converted.
Very good. Marty, let's talk about circadian lighting applied research that's been done at ZGF Architects, as well as embodied carbon in wood. Can you explain the concept of circadian lighting and its benefits in building design, and mention also the relationship with a well-building standard?
Sure. So circadian lighting, very simply, is just that, all life on Earth evolved on a rotating planet, right? So we have a day and night cycle. And there's massive amounts of evidence that our health, our well-being, our sleep cycles, our metabolism, and even our growth is connected to getting full spectrum daylight during the day, especially in the morning, and then darkness at night. And surprisingly, this is a real difficult challenge in our modern era because we spend a lot of times indoors, there's no windows. And it turns out that our electric lighting doesn't have some key wavelengths like violet. And we're working with the Cincinnati Children's Hospital on just that and the importance of violet and certain blues. We're also not getting that much intensity, even though there's floodlights on me right now. This is actually pretty bright. But in general, we're not getting a lot of light in our eyes because most of our design in built environment is to light a surface, and it's really meant for reading. So we have this total disconnect right now. And then at night, conversely, we're lighting our eyes with our phones, and we're using a lot of blue light because that's what comes out of a lot of phones unless you download apps like Night Shift. So, put simply then, circadian lighting is really just, circadian in Latin means about a day. So it's just getting that daylight during the day and then at night darkness. The WELL standard has done a really good job to be the first kind of accredited evidence-based certification that says, okay, we're going to take all the best science we have and we're going to set up a threshold of like, what is the minimum amount of light you should get during the day? And really it pushes it to the morning because you really want that morning light. That's what resets our clocks. And we actually there's little circadian clocks in every single cell in your body. And this is true of plants and animals, the whole animal kingdom. And it really sets up your gut has a clock, and your gut will reset every morning. And this will improve your mood, it'll improve your wellness, as well as your metabolism and your sleep. So this is kind of the foundation of health, right, is sleep cycle, a really good sleep cycle. So I would say just when you're commuting to work and, driving is probably okay because you're looking out a windshield, you're seeing the blue sky. But what's interesting is a lot of architectural glazing absorbs violet light. So even if you're in a well-daylit space, you may not be getting certain violet light that's really critical to our metabolism. So get outside.
Absolutely, yes. And be in relation with nature. Yeah. How does wood as a building materials contribute to embodied carbon, and what are the potential solutions to minimize its impact?
Yeah, I mean, wood is really interesting. We started talking about it. It is 50% carbon the dry weight of wood is 50% carbon. But not all wood is good. There are forestry practices that are not great. And so one thing we look at is, how can we support emerging forestry practices that keep more carbon in the landscape than it extracts? So we're not against forestry. We're for forestry. We're for sustainable, climate-smart forestry. So what that means is in Washington State, for instance, there's actually, even though there's quite a bit of forestry, active forestry in the state, there's a net gain of wood every year. So it's quite positive that you can actually extract some of that wood, selective harvesting, use it for a roof like the Portland Airport, integrate it into mass timber structure, and still have a healthy forest. So that's a really interesting kind of thing to unpack of just every region in the United States has a different forestry practice, different species, different concerns. Wildfire is a huge concern in a lot of states right now, certainly Oregon and Washington, California, the whole western coast, and the Midwest. And so, how can we support a forestry practice that will mitigate wildfire, but extract that wood to put into buildings? So you're really thinking of that wood is like a battery of sequestered carbon in your building. It's beautiful. It has a biophilic aspect. People love it. And it can last for hundreds of years. And there's a whole Type 4 construction that was designed around mass timber back 100 years ago. But now we have a whole new, Type 4 has grown where we can do 18-story buildings out of mass timber now. Prescriptively, we don't need an engineer, a structural engineer we need a structural engineer, but you can do it without an engineering judgment. So we're kind of in this new time of, I think, wood products. We've had glue lamps since the 70s, but now, we're going to see these entire office towers, schools, airports that are built out of wood.
Fascinating. Steve, let's talk about common materials framework and, mindful materials and life cycle of building materials and products. Can you explain the concept of mindful materials and how it relates to building products?
Sure. Mindful Materials, probably many have not heard of it, is a nonprofit that was started by a collective group of people, both owners, manufacturers, architects, designers are very key to this. And it was put together to really demystify what's going on with all these eco-labels, with all these different certifications. So, think about USGBC, including the founder of USGBC's in the audience, and just the mindset that was there 20 years ago. And what it took was an amazing amount of, I would say, confusion, and said, okay, this is what a green building is. And that's amazing. And then WELL came along. Then a lot of eco-labels came along. Declare and HPD, and the list goes on and on. BIFMA level, so we have our own. And mindful materials is like, let's try to get more of a Rosetta Stone mindset and say, okay, let's help people, especially new people who are coming into the business and haven't spent the last 20 years thinking through what FSC certification is versus the rest, and say, okay, we have to work on convening a group, focusing on what really matters, because that was one of the things manufacturers were really struggling with. Did you want an EPD, an HPD? What do you want tomorrow? Maybe it's different. Maybe you want to remove this, that type of thing. So how can we focus? How can we get that group together, unify, and then scale? Because if people are asking the same thing, especially owners, and they really want change, and they all say the same thing, it is amazing the difference. And again, I go back to USGBC. You could pick other ones, but that really helped. I'm old enough to remember the day that we saw that recycled content mattered. It did not matter in, say, 1995 or something like that. And then all of a sudden in the furniture business, everyone knew the recycled content. And every engineer was told, get more. And so that's the type of thing. We just want to bring everyone together. That's what Mindful Materials is about.
What are the key principles of a common materials framework, and how does it support manufacturing, engineers, architects, and designers? And how does it support circularity in building materials?
So yeah, there's a lot there. So from a common materials framework is taking that and saying, okay, if I can start to align what my concerns are, for instance, climate, which would be a big one in this case, for circularity. So now I'm going to say this is how various groups, be it cradle to cradle, BIFMA level, or others, are embedding some type of climate change aspect. And again, there's more to it. I can't get into it, but that's what the common materials framework does, is say, okay, if you're interested in this, maybe look at these eco-labels or these standards for furniture or for carpet or what have you. But again, it'll give more of an easy button to get there. And then embedded in that and in those standards are aspects like, okay, do you know what your carbon footprint is? Do you know your recycled content? What kind of materials are you using? Are they have a biotechnical nutrient capability? In other words, can they be recycled and not downcycled, but either recycled to the same or even upcycled? That type of thing. In fact, in some, depending on the standard, like Cradle to Cradle and Level and a few others, also have built in an aspect of disassembly of products and even potentially a take back. So those are the types of things that we're trying to do, is make that connection a lot quicker and a lot more defined. So whether it's Living Product Challenge or BIFMA Level or what have you, let's get into the details that really matter to someone specifying a product. Because, correct me if I'm wrong, but you don't have time to necessarily go through 400 eco-labels and figure out exactly what was said. You need something a little quicker.
Yeah. So moving on to circular economy and the future of building materials. To both of you, how can a circular economy approach transform the building industry?
Okay. All right. So how it can transform, in my mind, the first thing, if I think of green building and what's been already done and how it's elevated the game in terms of where people started to think, and now, really most buildings, I'd say, have some aspect of LEED already involved in it, and I think the next generation hopefully will get into this idea of it being more of a living being and more of the assets, the idea of furniture and everything in the building being an asset. So at the end of its life, which we know lease cycles are reduced, often it used to be when I started in the industry it was 7 years, maybe 10, now people are talking 3. Okay, well let's keep in mind at the very beginning what you're putting in that building, knowing it'll probably be taken out. Still have a very long life, most likely, especially the furniture business. That's my specialty, but most of these things are going to last 10, 20, 30 years. So if we start to change the way we operate, I think it could actually be a really fun way to look at buildings from that first, second, third life and the materials inside. Mm-hmm. And that, from an environmental standpoint, I think it's fairly intuitive. It's going to save a lot of carbon. It's going to save a lot of materials out of the landfill, et cetera, if we think of those things with that idea of maybe leasing it or coming up with a way to know that it's going to go on somewhere else with value.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Well,
yeah, no, I love that. I think that there's a huge economic component of this coming where, tech companies are looking at one, you look at Microsoft, Google, they've been buying up forests around the world and using, or at least the rights to the carbon offsets. And then, that's just the carbon in that landscape. But then when you cut that tree down, you turn it into a product, you put it into a building, and we're seeing there's, data centers that are coming that are going to be mass timber, warehouses. I mean, really any typology. This isn't just like, headquarters for Microsoft. It's really going to be every building. The wood in that building can become an asset that really is, tracks with the building, so that there's an investment in that wood that could be on their ESG balance sheet that says, you have this many metric tons of biogenic carbon. There's still quite a bit of, all the kinks haven't been worked out of the carbon accounting for bio-based materials. There's different standards. Some standards say, yeah, that's great, that carbon was pulled out of the atmosphere and it's in that wood, but it's going to end up back in the atmosphere, right, eventually. Now, some say, well, if you keep it out of the atmosphere for 100 years, that's basically given enough time for the trees to grow back, and others would argue really 40 to 60 years the tree's going to grow back. So there's quite a bit of debate on that, and our approach has been kind of all of the above. Let's take all the protocols and let's just make it as transparent as possible so that we can just sit down, level set, and understand the kind of the pros and the cons of these different ways to think about it. But either way you think about it, that carbon is in that material. So the longer you invest in that resource and keep it locked up in your building, or maybe I have a wood chair that it's 80 years old and it's passed down through the family. I have a wood table. I mean, I have quite a bit of wood furniture that is actually locked up carbon. And there's this whole, I love, Stuart Brand wrote a book of how buildings learn. And it has this wonderful story at it's either Oxford, I think it's Cambridge. The library had these beautiful oak beams, and there was a somewhere scribbled down it was, you know, when the oak beams get beetly, go find the forester, the campus forester, and we planted oak trees to replace those oak beams. And sure enough, the forester at the college campus had maintained a grove of trees. They cut them down and they replaced the oak beams. So, I mean, that to me is circularity, but there's this cultural dynamic to it of, like, we have to be smart enough to how are we maintaining our buildings, how are we designing for disassembly of not only a chair, but a roof and a wall, and which is complicated because there's MEP and all these different systems, and so we have to make all those things go together, but yeah, so I think there's just this kind of cultural and economic and social piece that's all intertwined.
Absolutely, yes. I want to be mindful of our audience, and I had more questions, but I would like to give the opportunity for the audience to ask a couple of questions. We have some time. Go ahead.
This is to Steve. I know you talked about life cycle assessments. So when you go through the process, do you actually factor in the planned obsolescence of the materials?
So yeah, I'll just repeat the question just in case. So the idea of factoring in planned obsolescence, I think, you know, this is where we're maybe in a little different situation in terms of most of the manufacturers on the commercial level have competed for, you know, generations now to say that our product will last more than a lifetime. In fact, a lot of them even have ways that if you send it back, they'll work with you on, like, you know, refurbing it. So I think the planned obsolescence, though, is an issue that we're seeing more. So I'm going to go back to, you know, I mean, what I'm seeing trend-wise, I'm going to get off a little bit of where we're here today and talk about, you know, the idea of, frankly, the internet being used much more, especially after the pandemic, to buy furniture and to buy other products. And the idea is that's often leading to products that don't have that durability piece. So I think we do have to worry about that. The good news, life cycle assessments do include, you know, a time period. So the time period for your LCAs that are related to what we do, and I won't go into the weeds of what all life cycle assessments are, but you do have to follow some rules. And one of those rules is, for us, it's a 10-year lifespan. So that's just required, and then that 10 years, then you have to model what the disposal is based on essentially statistics, which, again, are not very good right now in terms of where the grave is, because it's often landfill. So yeah, there is that thought process there, but I think what we're seeing more of, and there's a pressure on by tech companies, by others, to really get into a circular economy piece. But what we're doing, and again, this is where Mindful Materials comes back, this is where BIFMA comes back and says, okay, let's get a group together, and we're talking with the tech companies, with the Harvards and some of these other people who are out there to say, okay, how do we set the project up at its very beginning so that at the end of life we're planning the right way? Hopefully that answered your question.
Any other questions? Okay.
So in terms of closing the loop for circularity, so getting these individuals and companies to give the materials back and things like that, what are some strategies and incentives you use, or what do you think we should do to make that happen?
Oh, no. Sure. No, I'm just kidding. I think, well, okay, first of all, I mean, the strategy I would recommend, and we've done a little bit of this, again, both at Mindful Materials and BIFMA, is try to convene a group to say, okay, what are the requirements and the specifications so that everyone has a level playing field? That's probably the biggest problem you have, is that we all know how projects work, and not even just construction, but in general life, where you start out with really high expectations and all these plans, and then you get the bids in, and you're like, ooh, that's a little expensive, so now I got to go to, you know, level B, and maybe throw out that. That's where it starts, though, because obviously if you throw out this expectation of something at the end of life, then, you know, you're going to typically get a lower price. So I think that's key. That's the critical piece. And I think bringing in, though, along with that, and this is the strategy piece, bringing in the replees, bringing in the receipts, bringing in these groups that are coming up and actually have some funding to do end-of-life strategy is really important, because then you're hitting both sides of that. And then it's just driving through the spec and working through. And again, I go back to my recycled content comment. I can just tell you, like, LEED really made a difference in that. And if you start to say design for disassembly, or design for refurbishment, or design for just changing the arm caps, little things like that, that is the tweak we need to kind of get the ball rolling. So it doesn't have to obviously be great to say everything's going to be recycled. And it will be one day. But if in the short term, just doing something like a refurb can be really helpful by that, you know, because arm caps often wear out first. Chair, you know, the foam and fabric. And we used to always say it uglies out before it wears out. So, you know, what's going to happen at the end of the day when you want a new chair, but maybe you don't need a full new chair?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think it's a great question, and it's a bit different at the building scale than the furniture, but I'll take a crack at it. So I think there's really a lot of innovation happening upstream and downstream, right? So once it's in the building, it had a whole story before, and it's going to have a story after. So the story before, you know, I live in West Seattle, and there's actually a Nucor steel plant in my neighborhood. And I love bussing by it every day because I see huge billets of steel coming out orange from the plant. The plant it's not quite net zero, but it's dang close. It's 100%, it's 99.9% recycled steel. And we're only going to see more of this because most of everyone's moving towards electric arc furnace, so it's an electric-based furnace and you feed it with recycled steel. The United States has a lot of recycled steel, and it's going to continue to be a great market for steel. And then, you know, we're lucky in Washington State that we have mountains and rivers, and we have dams with the hydroelectric power, so it's clean electric power, not great for the salmon, but it's clean power. So literally, they're making steel with renewable energy and recycled materials, and their environmental product declaration, when you look at it, it's like stunningly low. So we're starting, in thinking through that, and so concrete similarly, and I know David Gottfried's going to talk about just the kind of revolutions happening in the concrete industry. We see a time not far from now where we're getting all these products to our site that are basically zero carbon, right? And I mean, that's happening. But then there's like, okay, well, what happens after the fact? And mass timber and all that, of course, is, you know, you grew it. Okay, so that's a whole nother animal. But I think steel, concrete, and wood are all in our future, right? So we still need concrete for foundations. We are going to need concrete going into the future. And I think infrastructure, there's a lot of conversations happening around pavement. I mean, just walking around this park, there's a lot of pavement. And there's a lot of miles of highway and roads and infrastructure that's going to get built. How much carbon is in that? So there's a huge opportunity for decarbonized concrete and pavements and asphalts. But after, you know, so it leaves the site, and so that too is where there's just a huge amount of opportunity for, you know, I think with the mass timber in particular, we're designing increasingly for disassembly. So how can we think through, really have the intention in your drawing set and your specifications that's anticipating 40, 50, 60 years from now, those secondary, third, you know, those future markets for those materials. So the last piece to that is, I think, just policy and building codes that support that framework and make it, you know, and we are seeing more clients that are kind of asking these questions, and they are thinking on pretty long time horizons. And so, yeah, I think it's a complex problem, but, you know, there's a lot of forces moving at it in different directions that will get there.
We got time for one more question real quick.
So, in the middle 90s, Ray Anderson in Interface was already talking about this. And he developed several models of the 21st century organization. Prior to him, Don Roberts, an engineer, they were talking about closing the loop on all of this. Then Bill McDonough did cradle to cradle. I mean, there's a whole history on that. We're talking almost 30 years. And we're still talking about the same things. What really needs to change? Because you alluded to two things, I think, in your introduction, that you have the natural cycles, and then you have the technical cycles. But then you added an important one, and that is the ecosystems of finance, insurance, and all those things that are not directly something built, but that have a tremendous effect on the built environment. How do you reconcile those three tribes that don't speak the same language, don't have the same goals, and complicate the issue? And I'm not using that as a gloom and doom. I think that that is something that needs to be addressed because what you're doing in timber and all of that, great. But I remember a case study on the Coke bottle, the aluminum can, tracing it all the way to the mines in Australia. And along the way, everything. And I used to do that with students. I'm a professor. And I can tell you that when you start adding all the materials that go into a building, it exceeds our capacity of thinking. So do you think that, where are we going in reality with the changes? You're doing great strides in your specific domains, but what about the holistic, complicated, wicked problem that we're dealing with?
Yeah, I mean, it's a great, way to frame this, and, I think it does come back to it has to be cultural, and to me, culture is an integrated framework of all those domains. And, we're seeing with our clients, they are coming with this whole value system. Like the Portland Airport, they had, I think, $100 per metric ton that they built into the budget, which helped, basically make a lot of this pencil. So if you're not really financializing, pollution and climate change and into your economics, some of these things will just not come up. But more and more they are, and this is baked into, insurance companies are looking at wildfires. They know exactly what's going on with climate change. And so there's increasing pressure for policies that, and honestly, it economically makes sense. I mean, there was discussions downstairs earlier, what's going on just with the fossil fuel industry, and they're highly motivated to stop methane leaks in pipelines. They're highly motivated to get multiple value chains out of, the existing energy infrastructure in the United States, and how does that infrastructure transition to a more green infrastructure? So I think there's just many opportunities there that will, it's going to take time, but.
I'll be real brief because I think we're on our time. Real quick, I mean, it's going to be policy that's going to be huge. I'm hearing rumblings, again, this is what I do now, represent the industry, that cities are banding together. I think there's 40, don't quote me on that are signing pledges that are talking about circularity as a way to combat climate change. So I think just that alone and saying, no, you're going to have a plan if you're going to build here, if you're going to populate a place full of furniture and ceilings and whatnot, you're going to have that there. So for me, that's probably number one, and along that lines, maybe ESG. And this idea of connecting that and saying there again, there's some responsibility there, because you're 100% right. Otherwise, we get back to the economic model just not lining up with the first two. Totally agree. But I think those two things are coming. I'll leave on a ray of hope that I think they're coming in a way to incentivize everyone to do it. Manufacturers will do it once it's there. Ray's already done it. You're absolutely right.
Well, thank you so much. I mean, thank you, Steve. Thank you, Marty, and thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much. So we're going to transition right into our next session, kind of looking at innovation shorts that kind of, we'll touch on many of the things that you guys have mentioned in circularity. So bring our host up for this session. I'll give you this microphone. I need to go get the clicker ready for our presenters. So I want to take some time at this session to be able to look at a few different things in the kind of short term here. I told all our speakers they had around 5 minutes. I'm not going to hold it exactly to 5 minutes. So I'd like to introduce Dr. Jessie Zarazaga from SMU Lyle School of Engineering. She also is, are you running head of the Sustainable Master's Program now? So I get the chance to speak to her students every year or every semester on their first day of class and ask them some very interesting questions and give them some answers that are hopefully correct. Granted, they are most of the time. So with that, I will turn it over to you, Dr. Zarazaga.
Are we going to have everyone come on?
No, since we got 5, they'll just come up when it's their turn. So first one up, I will give the clicker so they can advance slides.
So welcome to the innovation section. I'm very excited that Jonathan asked me to moderate this one because this is the one that's going to be the big mix of new ideas. And, you know, that's what's really exciting to start talking about. I run the Sustainability and Development Program, which is in the School of Civil and Environmental Engineering. We're working on sustainable ways to bring infrastructure and environment, water and soil together with sustainability, and to teach engineers and also non-engineers working together in this program to create solutions, community-based solutions with impact. We do entirely project-based work. And in fact, if you can jump to the next slide, I'm going to start off by an invitation to all of the designers and engineers in the room. If you got tired of all this listening, please come and join us on Sunday afternoon. We're going to do a collaborative urban hack where everybody who's here at EarthX is invited to come and join a team and come up with an impactful solution to an urban design problem in Dallas, and the winning team will be funded to take the project forward. So the QR code right there should take you straight to the registration page. The registration ensures you get lunch, but otherwise please just come and show up. We'll be over in the Women's Museum. And nobody is allowed to stand around and talk and listen. Everyone has to design ideas, so that'll be fun. Maybe I should invite the first speaker. I know we have David first. My main job here is timekeeping, so I will tell you when you get to 5, and I'll cut you off at around 8.
Thank you very much. There we go. So, speed along. My name's David McLean. I'm the president and founder of Micmac CX. We are a full-service, sustainable deployment firm focused on accelerating the deployment of proven sustainable best practices and providing the impact investment insurance for those sustainable betterments. So, all right. So, really interesting that we follow the whole circularity deal. I've spent 30 years teaching mechanical contractors how to do energy models, thinking that if I could show them how brilliantly we lined up all the electrons, they would get it. It doesn't happen that way. So this is me. The Planet People Profit Impact app. So I don't know who asked the question, but you know, we are talking about how do we actually include everything holistically? How do we actually get people past the money issue? Because money will always be the problem, so money has to be the solution. So the goal of the app, the mission, is to transparently illuminate the full natural, human, and financial economic capital dollar value benefits, the asset that you're creating, from readily available, proven sustainable best practice designs, technologies, and policies deployed in our built environment ecosystem. Now, I've listened to Tremmel say this 3 times, innovation, innovation, innovation. I have to take a little bit of a different track and say, I believe that we have already invented the designs, the technologies and policies, and if we could deploy them consistently, we would immediately solve every problem that we have created in the built environment. So how do we do that? We need to talk about this differently. So the built environment is man-made structures, features, facilities viewed collectively as the environment in which we live, learn, work, and play, all the stakeholders and shareholders therein, that's everybody, and the natural ecosystem upon which we encroach and alter. This is it. Next slide, 5 minutes. If you get nothing out of this whole thing, I want you to understand that the lowest first cost, minimum code mentality is stopping all of us from getting what we want to do. That's it. As simple as it is, we say it, lowest first cost, minimum code mentality. Everybody say it. Lowest first cost, minimum code mentality. And if you can't get past that, that's what you're compared to every single day. And if you can't speak to how you create natural, human, and financial capital value compared to that, you will fail every day. So how are we going to do that? I'll get past this reality. As I already said, we already know everything. There is this lowest first cost minimum code mentality is pervasive and ingrained in every decision that's made in the built environment. This is something you may not know. No developer, architect, engineer, city planner is obligated or mandated legally, morally, ethically to do anything other than lowest first cost minimum code. So you wonder why nobody's doing it. There's no ramifications of not doing it. This is a real sign, by the way. This is us. There is a expectation reality gap. You all think that every building you walk into has checked all the boxes. All 75 different professions and contractors have done everything absolutely incredibly. No school ever built in Texas or being built in Texas is required to tell you what the indoor environmental quality is. So you don't know. So if we're always aiming for the minimum, why do you think we're not getting anything different then? And if we're not measuring that we're even getting to the lowest deal, are we actually even getting that? The reality is that we are not. So the opportunities are 15% of the time we actually build something that's sustainable. That means we fail 85% of the time. So 85% of the time, some of you get out of bed building a lowest first cost minimum code project. It's exciting. 50% of the building stock that we have right now doesn't meet the current codes. And it's debatable that they even met the codes that they were currently built to. So I do life cycle assessments, EPD creations, all of that stuff. We have to have a different conversation. The good news, like you, there are all kinds of passionate, knowledgeable people that get up every day wanting to do different. How much time do I have?
2 more minutes.
Okay. Oh, man. So the app. So here's what I did, right? So let's step up all of this detailed conversation, and let's, if you're going to talk about a sustainable betterment, be it a design, technology, or a policy, you have to be able to talk about what the dollar value is. I've been the lead on platinum lead projects, and I've gone back a year later, and they're horrible, right? And it's never felt good cramming my client into a lead checklist for me or them. I know that. I'm not poo-pooing lead. I'm addicted to lead. I'm the founding board member of USGBC Texas, so let me be very clear, I'm not poo-pooing it. But the reality of it is, if we want more traction, we got to be able to speak about this differently. So the app is what I've created to do this. It's the first business case focused advocacy, education, collaboration tool. So with it, we're collecting best practices. We have modeled buildings, and we're throwing best practices at it. And we'll say, what is the human, natural, and financial asset value creation from that? Instead of just the single financial part, we're looking at the other whole system, which we have to do. So you click the best practice you want to look at. You can see what it is. It shows the different aspects here. And it's interesting when you get into the app that the financial ones that are all negative don't get into our buildings, even if there's a huge human capital creation. 1 minute? 1 minute. All right. So you can go through the different best practices, compare one to the other. We're working on how you can sort them. So if I want to do the maximum amount of human capital in this project, just sort them by that, and the best practices will fall out. Now, this is a static model of the custom analyses that we do, so there are some limitations. But the real strength of this is just an example of what we did for these alternatives. We're trying to make this equally digestible for architects, investors, and for building inhabitants. Tremble Sr. said this 30 years ago, I will not build what no one asked me to build. Right? The other really interesting thing about this is we're looking for best practice champions. We want best practice champions that know how to do this stuff and are working in industry to change it. I got 15 more seconds and I'm done. Down at the bottom here is really where it makes a difference, is connecting with the professionals. The hardest part of this, and I started the Best Practices Committee with USGBC Texas because we have all these members that are trying to fulfill their altruistic passions that they're not doing in their employment. And so how do we connect them with their superpowers, with people that want to learn how to assimilate that? And so we do this. I set up this, I reached out to our members, said, who has a superpower that they want to share with others that want to figure out how to onboard? So if you go and do this, you can go to USGBC Texas. We have a list. They've got everything laid out there. And I'll stop there because the call to action here is we have to fight the lowest first cost minimum code mentality. That's it. So thank you.
Thank you, David. Jeremy is the next person. There he is. Jeremy, come and here you are. I've got the mic for you. There you are.
Thank you. Great to be here, by the way. I'm very excited to be amongst this group of fascinating professionals, and in particular folks that come from the Green Building Council community. My name's Jeremy Sigmund, and I'm particularly passionate about sustainability, and especially sustainability solutions. I got started in my career early in 2000 working on the first green residential high-rise, which was the Solaire building at the southern tip of Manhattan, which was the first multifamily tower to pursue the LEED certification program, on-site black water treatment, solar building integrated photovoltaics into the facade, et cetera, and got so excited about that I went off and spent more than a decade working for the Green Building Council nationally, supporting the public policy and advocacy efforts, and then wanted to get back in the field working in sustainability solutions that deploy and make meaningful change. So I've been working with a zero energy housing development company, working on a zero energy home that's actually soon to be finished up in New York. And I recently joined about a year ago a company called PowerStack, and I want to tell you a little bit about it. So all of our world that we've ever known has always been built on technology. Whether it was mechanical technology in the wheel, or agricultural technology, or industrial technology, financial technology, and now we live in the information age, and our technology is based on data, and it's based on smart technology, and that is where we are and where we're headed. And yet, if I told you that cities and planners and others are all focused on leaning into smart technology and the data that it can provide, you would probably say, well, sure, that's obvious. But you'll also recognize that for each of these applications, if you're a planner, you need to know about the mobility of people and vehicles. If you're a city and you need to deploy communications and intelligence infrastructure, as well as safety infrastructure. If you're a campus, you need to provide the ability for people to feel safe, to know who's on campus, et cetera, to provide charging systems, et cetera. But how do you get the power? Power is seemingly everywhere. It's in this room, it's in most places that we spend time, but outdoors, it's not so obvious. And even just a few feet away from where your power supply is, you can run into pretty costly problems pretty quickly. And so the company that I work with, called PowerStack, is helping to enable technologies, all of these smart technologies, and deploy them simply, quickly, and sustainably in outdoor power applications. Now, we took a pretty simple concept of solar power, like basically a solar-powered pole, which you typically have at an angle. It's kind of shunned and run out of the neighborhood. It typically is on a mount with this kind of sail at the top. You know, people don't really love the way it looks. I don't particularly mind it. I like solar panels, but most don't. And you end up with a situation where you have, unfortunately, cheap parts that come from China. You end up with a lot of on-site assembly of parts that weren't really thought through. And my company, founded 12 years ago, felt like we could make some big improvements on it. And so this smart technology that is often deployed is rarely smart. I mean, if you look out in the field, we're often digging trenches, sometimes hundreds of feet. It's somewhere between $10 and $500 a foot, depending on what you hit. And if you turn and look the other way, your contractor is going to tell you hit something, a rock, a tree root, a ancient artifact, you name it. And so the costs go up astronomically if you're trying to connect to grid power. One of the most important things you can save in any project as well is time. So if you don't have to connect to the utility, if you don't need to worry about the problems that you'll run into with trenching, if you don't want to run into the problems with the amount of copper wire that you might need to snake through your conduit, and the theft of copper wire, the carbon content of all this stuff, you might choose solar. Well, solar is good, and certainly there are technologies that do it. I was mentioning that that's the traditional solar pole that you see. You often get sunlight, angled at the optimal angle for the winter sun, but you end up with some of these challenges as well. Most modules are made of glass. They're quite shatter-friendly. We had a big solar farm in San Antonio that basically had a few megawatts shattered a couple of years ago. You end up with the challenge of servicing these systems way up high. You have when a solar panel's at an angle like that, it acts kind of like a sail, and if you need smart technology that needs to be laser pointed or a camera with good focus, it's now flopping around in the breeze. And you often end up with a pretty poor warranty on these systems because they're often cheap and coming from China. And we thought we could do better with something that actually looks a heck of a lot different. We believe it's an optimization of form and function, where we actually have vertical surfaces that are the solar collection surface and storage on the inside to create a 360-degree redeployable system that is serviced safely and installed and maintained at ground level, at grade, because it hinges up into position. You also end up with a more slender profile of a pole that ends up needing a smaller foundation, and if you choose not to go with concrete, our preferred solution is a concrete-free system, which is much lower carbon content. And you'll get a 5-day battery backup the way that we design it. You'll get the vandal-resistant panels. We beat the crap out of them, and they're perfectly fine. And you get the opportunity to work with an American-made, made-in-Texas product. So I mentioned a number of the environmental benefits. Certainly, many of these credentials can help you in your lead application. Some of them that are coming up now in California relate to the ability to add storage, battery storage on site. And some of the folks that I talk to build or manage or upgrade warehouse manufacturing facilities where site lighting can be up to 15 to 20% of the energy load. And if you can take all of that off the grid and do it with battery storage, there are major incentives in California. So lots of opportunity there. And the speed of the installation of this very modular system, we can go 3 feet to 25 or 30 feet, helps our customers and their customers move as quickly as 28 minutes for an installation, including the foundation. Now, I was just at a project site a couple of days ago, and they were doing their first one. It's not 28 minutes the first time. I guarantee you that. I guarantee you. So I'm not that naive. But trained teams can do it because the foundation is very fast, and the system comes to you pretty much fully baked. And so most of what you have to do is attach the payloads, drive the little piles in the ground, holds 7.5 tons of force with that particular solution, and off you go. And now you have deployed intelligence. I'll just end with a few pretty pictures of lots of different types of technologies. We are an OEM, so we're supporting those that are solution providers in the field. We have fun videos of beating the crap out of solar if you want to try that, if you get angry one day. We can save you a heck of a lot of money, especially on first costs. We can talk about that some other time or right after this because I'm running out of time. But just with some pretty pictures in terms of what we can do, we can connect, charge, monitor, or light with just about any technology. And it looks pretty good when deployed. We've got more than 1,000 systems across North America, another couple thousand down in Australia, and we're helping to make a much more sustainable deployment of smart technology. So you can find us in Central Texas. We're in Dripping Springs, and I hope to talk to you after. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeremy. Yes, I can have it. I'm inviting up the other David.
Hello, everyone. It's great to be here. I call embodied carbon the third wave of green building. First wave was, what is a green building? You saw LEED, BREEAM in England, Green Star in Australia, 3-star in China. What is it? Rating systems, case studies, cost analysis, economic benefit. Does it work? What's the risk? What's the longevity? What's the payback? And that took us a long time around the world. Second wave, I believe, was fit well. Is the building healthy? What's a healthy building? Third wave, embodied carbon, scope 3. This is where we're stuck. That's the first cost of carbon. I was on Blue Planet's advisory board for 8 years. Phenomenal idea to create carbon negative concrete, 8% of global emissions, but it's too slow. So I joined full-time 8 months ago to push. And we need your help to push this, to get this deployed all over the world. And I'll show you the potential, which is enormous. Our CEO, Brent Constance, is a Stanford professor, geologist, but he studied where's carbon on Earth. And a ton of it's in the ocean at 38,000 gigatons, not that much in the atmosphere, but we take the CO2 or bicarbonate out of the ocean, and the living organisms, they mineralize it into calcium carbonate, limestone, and they die, they go down, and they make the lithosphere. That's where the carbon is mostly on Earth. Blue Planet is a biomimic play to create above-grade lithospheres through concrete. And we play in the aggregate. There's a lot of plays in the Portland cement where the GWP is, but as you'll see, that is a smaller part of the composition of the concrete, and it's mostly aggregate, the rock. And rock is used all over the planet, the second most substance to water, and 44% of the aggregate can be sequestered CO2 from industrial sources. So that's why we're playing in the aggregate. This is a great study by Heinz, their embodied carbon guide. You can download it for free. MKA engineers wrote it. But we all played a lot on the left side in the operational carbon, the scope 1 and 2, to get it down over the last 30 years. Energy Star, LEED, better appliances, better lighting, solar, it all moved from the left towards the middle where the dark blue is going down. But that gray, the embodied carbon, is stuck, and we have to get at it. It's mostly concrete first, then steel. There's a lot of initiatives to get into this and lower the embodied carbon and measure it. ZJF and a lot of great designers, they're measuring this for their buildings, and they're working with the landlords. We heard about the CLT is one way to get the embodied carbon down, and we can go now, I heard, to 18 stories, but what about a lot of the other applications, or the roads, or the airports, the light rail, all the things we use concrete for? So we play at Blue Planet in the aggregate, and we offset the GWP of the Portland cement, which I'll show you. We make really two types of products. The two on the left are sequestered CO2 aggregate, the coarse and the fines and the sands, and we take it from industrial sources, and I'll show you that. And to make the left products, we have to start with a geomass, and we end up washing it, such as return concrete or recycled concrete. We take an ammonium chloride solution, we dissolve the unactivated Portland cement to get alkalinity, calcium oxide. We take that to react with the CO2 to make the CaCO3 on the left. And we end up with 10 times the two right products, which can also go in the concrete or be coated, with the two left side, a third product. This is an Express EPD. We sponsored it with the Canadian Standards Organization. It shows just the GWP. And here's the problem with the Portland cement at 624 pounds per cubic yard. And we offset it with our coarse and fines with minus 1120 to get carbon negative concrete for the first time on Earth. You can get it a fair amount lower with SCMs like fly ash and steel slag, but then you're stuck. And you need to get into the aggregate. And this is monstrous for 8% of global emissions to have this potential. We have a 3-step manufacturing process with a demonstration plant running in the Bay Area. We are running around the world now to seed other plants, including Texas and Houston. We're very interested to maybe build a plant there, and we just started a feasibility study to evaluate that with ExxonMobil here in Houston. So if you're interested in our concrete carbon negative in Texas, come find me after the session. But we first wash the geomass here in step 1. Step 2, we sequester the CO2 from industrial plants, and they react to create a calcium carbonate slurry. Then we get the water out to make the white rocks. It's not easy, that last step. And then we can put it as an aggregate into the concrete. We spent 10 years in a lab figuring this out. How does Earth do this without heat? We're running the CM1 little plant. It's making the white rocks, and we have a concrete lab where we're testing the products and mixed designs all the way up to 6,000 PSI. We're designing a level 1 plant, about 30 million, and then we'll step up a year later to level 2, 250 million. This is a neat slide. This is our small demonstration plant on the left with Calpine natural gas. That's their flue gas stack. We're the small circle there. It's a tie-in for the demonstration size. Flue gas, we pull it under the street. It's only 3% CO2, but we can use it at any concentration, and it goes into our white rocks. We have some of the biggest partners in the world. Wholesome in cement, 280 plants. We hope they'll do Blue Planet next to all of them. And we're running around the world, including Houston and Singapore, to study the feasibility with ExxonMobil to build a Blue Planet plant to tie into CO2 sources. We can play with steel. We heard about Nucor in Seattle. We're seeding a Seattle plant right now. We did tour Nucor, hoping to play with them, or Certainty Gypsum, Asgrove Cement, West Rock Paper to get this going. We need buildings, and we need building owners before we build the plant. We need to do what CLT did and solar did to get pre-orders in advance to drive a plant. And that's the best way. So I'm talking to the tech firms, the campuses, government. We have to aggregate together in advance of plants, or you won't get this all over the world. And we need it today, because urgency and time is the real problem in climate change. And this is the biggest solution in 8% of global emissions. So we need your help. It has a lot of lead contributions. The last thing I'll say with closing is it's white. It is reflective. It has a luster to it like mother of pearl, and it can be awesome as a heat island impact on sidewalks and parking structures. And the calcium carbonate can be a powder that's in almost any building material, whether it's carpet or ceiling tiles or drywall. So there's a much bigger play. Thank you so much.
Thank you, David. I'm going to interrupt our order briefly. We have a guest who's joined us, the founder of EarthX, Mr. Trammell S. Crow. I know that the built environment is one of those things that is very important to you. I know, sir. Absolutely. So I'm going to give you a chance to say hello to everybody, and thank you so much for hosting us today.
Thank you, everybody, for coming. This is not as big a crowd as we expected, but I've learned that over the years. It means a smaller, more conversant crowd, so please take advantage of this. Mm-hmm. We are not going away. We're going to be here every year doing this, and we're going to win. Dallas is a great place to do it. Thank you for industry coming to Earth Day. Some of you have never been to an Earth Day before. And thank you, all the speakers who have come and done their best. And we'll see you again next year. And tonight at the after party, please.
If you have questions, see me after. Thank you, Trammell.
Zach, welcome up. There you are.
All right. How you guys doing today? All right, good. Make sure you're still awake out there. My name is Zach Williams. I'm the Chief Revenue Officer of a company called Stonecoat, right here in Texas, headquartered out of Farmers Branch. And I'll get into our presentation, but I couldn't have been teed up more well than by the last speaker, so thank you for that. What I'm going to talk to you guys about today is limestone, calcium carbonate. The exterior claddings that we provide as an organization, we're not just using a solution to solve tomorrow's problems, but we're solving today's problems today with a abundantly rich resource that we're procuring today and moving across the globe, and hoping to do so at more rapid speeds. All right, so in short, you know, Build Green, Build the Future is not just a manifesto for us. It really governs everything that we do, and we really work to decouple this sort of notion that in order to start to deploy sustainable products, you got to spend more money, right? And so we're very thoughtful when we're innovating and creating products and services. One, is it durable? Because no one cares if it's not going to actually withstand the rigor or the test of time. Two, how do we make it accessible? And then how do we make it cost effective for people to start to adopt these solutions and to get mass market acceptance, right? So in a way, though we're a manufacturer, we really start to think of ourselves a little bit differently. We're a climate tech manufacturer. And that really just sort of widens the lens of the spaces that we can actually play in as we start looking to the past, borrowing from the past, and innovating as we move forward well into the foreseeable future. All right, so it's my experience, might be my bias, but when I moved into the space, I found that there was a little bit of aversion to change, or newness, or novel products. And so every opportunity that I get to talk about our organization, I try to take the novelty out of our products, okay? So this is a great story. Back in 2005, there was an entrepreneur here in North Dallas traveling abroad and absolutely smitten by the sheer mass and scale of these architectural masterpieces over in Europe. And so that compelled him to go down a little bit of a rabbit hole and figure out what were these artisans of yesteryear actually doing? How did their assemblies withstand the test of time and still are in existence thousands of years later? But here we are with all of this technology and we can't figure out how to do the same. And so that gave birth to the brainchild, which is Stonecoat. What he did was he looked at some of the master masons, their techniques that were otherwise considered primitive, and the actual material that they were using, it was limestone. So that basically gave birth to him getting with a chemist, basically coming up with a proprietary blend and bringing that to the U.S. And so the product has actually been in circulation since 2005. But being a young entrepreneur, not well capitalized, could only really serve in the residential rehab market, right? And that was sort of the limitation at the time, was the product just was undercapitalized. Fast forward to 2011, the current principal of our organization, Ralph Bush, runs an architectural firm out in Farmers Branch. He happened to be working on the Adriatic Tower out in McKinney, simultaneously working on the Entrada Tower out in Westlake. And they had a little bit of a quandary. They were building these beautiful towers, but there was no way to get stone 30 feet or above. And so got with the civil engineer, discovered Stonecoat, went through some of the rigorous testing, and those are two of our marquee projects today that exist right here in our backyards that you guys can go see anytime. And I say that to illustrate that the product has withstood the rigors and has been around for more than a decade. We're going on close to 2 decades right now that the product's been in circulation, just not commercialized as we're actually hitting the thruster button today. Fast forward to 2020. new ownership came in, myself and my 4 partners. Ralph Bush led the initiative, and he said, there's got to be a way for us to commercialize this product. I've personally had to sign off and rubber stamp some of these deals. The Westlake Tower deal went great. The Adriatic Tower deal went great, and a couple multifamily projects that he did went phenomenal. And so we acquired the company, and the first thing we got to work doing, COVID happened to be sort of a gift, if you will, because it gave us time to get all of the third-party validation that we needed to make sure that that wasn't going to be the bottleneck by the time we raised capital and we're ready to go to market. After we successfully got our ICC certification, we got an AC11 equivalent for cementitious exterior wall claddings. Again, no novelty there. If you're familiar with that, you know exactly what it is that we do. We're just a limestone aggregate. Thereafter, we knew we were going to have pushing the green initiatives. And so we went out and got a life cycle assessment, went out and got our EPD, and later found out that that's the holy grail to broaching the subject with people who would otherwise be adverse to adopting new technologies. This was our foot in the door, okay? Fast forward to 2023, we've got one of our newest products, which I'll share with you later on in the presentation. Really, really excited about this. This is going to be incredibly disruptive, and if I do my job correctly, going to get mass market adoption pretty quickly in short order.
2 more minutes, sir.
All right, gotcha. All right, I won't bore you to death. Limestone plaster has been around for eons, right? A lot of you guys are familiar with this, but there's no novelty. We have to demystify exactly what it is. All it is limestone, natural hydraulic lime, and a little bit of Portland cement to give it compressive strength. That's it. And it's withstood the test of time, and we're just bringing it to market here in the U.S. And one of the beautiful things about limestone is it sequesters carbon out of the atmosphere during the curing period, right? So that's how you get the embodied carbon out of the atmosphere. With the life cycle assessment that we did, we're 90% less carbon being emitted through the products that we're actually deploying in the marketplace as compared to your Portland-based exterior claddings. And so anybody who wants to take a look at any of that data, we have it. I'll circulate it to you, but I want to be able to have more conversations with folks who are looking for solutions today to solve today's problems. All right, in short, we've got 3 products. Stone Coat Smooth is basically your next generation stucco product. It's just a limestone aggregate, but you're going to get the same, sort of stylistically, the same finishes that you would get in your traditional stucco, with the exception of you're going to have a breathable product that's crack and mold resistant. Now, one of the inherent properties of limestone, it has a lot more ductility to it, so it's not going to be as susceptible to shrink cracking, and you're not going to be plagued with a lot of those issues using our product. Stone Coat Carve, in short, it rivals any sort of manufactured stone or thin stone veneer system that you would need. We can pretty much carve our product in any stone design that you like. It's lightweight, weighs about 6 pounds a foot. And so it eliminates the redundancy or the need for a brick ledge or anything like that in your assemblies. Stone Coat Shield, one of the most important products that we have. This is the belt and suspenders portion of our product, right? Once we actually erect the claddings during the curing period, once that's done, we'll come through with a siloxane coating just to waterproof it and protect it. Now, the waterproofing solution really covers up the capillaries in the limestone, and it allows it to defend itself against water penetrating the structure and having the inherent problems that you get when you get water behind that assembly.
Zach, I'm going to have to cut you off.
No worries. Well, that's it. The last thing I want to talk to you guys about is Stone Coat Fusion. I'm absolutely elated about this. On the left, you have your traditional ethos system. To your right, you have our solution. We basically have an XPS foam, a carbon fiber laminate, and our product adheres directly to this panel, all right? What that's going to do is that's going to eliminate your need for your OSB, your sheathing, and your water barrier, and your cladding all in one solution. So if you want to talk afterwards about how you get your hands on this or how you get any additional research, let me know. All right, appreciate it.
Thank you so much. Hold on, give me the clicker as well. Thank you. Thank you very much. Now we have I'm speaking in 2 mics at once. The last speaker is Thomas. Yeah.
green is good. Is this on? I did notice you had metal studs there. Let's just keep them wood, please. So I'll talk to you just quickly about trees, not at all about trees. Trees are coming tomorrow at Climate Adaptation Conference. I'm talking just about mass timber right now because Binderholz is the largest mass timber producer in the world. We've been doing it for about, thank you, we've been doing it for about 30 years. If we look at the time horizon of the world, it's not quite correct, but let's say about 500 million years ago, we developed this plant life and the tree life, and slowly but surely that carbon got, hold on, I have that's one show, okay. Slowly but surely that carbon sank into the ground, and then during the Industrial Revolution, we threw it back up in the air. So now, hopefully, thanks to mass timber, we'll get it back into buildings and getting it back into the carbon sink of the buildings. So not going into detail how many tons here and there, quite frankly, those are two different sources comparing steel, concrete, and wood. Regardless of how you look at it, wood is a better system, but not just wood in construction. And this is, I think, one of the big points that we were talking about in the earlier session. But really, you have to look at the whole life cycle, the life cycle of the building. And that includes not just the production, not just the construction. It also talks about the operation carbon. The operation carbon advantage of wood is, quite frankly, its thermal insulation. And we can show you many examples of real-life wood buildings that have done an amazing effect. And afterwards, we talked about this also in the session before, it's can we disassemble it? Can we use it again? So we have actually had clients, we have done the disassembly exercise. We have clients in the Netherlands that have instructed us to build a building for them that can be disassembled. Other countries, usually Europe is a little bit ahead of our times. So there's lots of laws now in Europe regarding this topic of life cycle assessment and embodied carbon in the building for its life cycle. So again, it seems like we keep changing the goal a little bit. This is what you traditionally know about using wood in construction. There's only about 5 countries in the world that really use this type of system. That's what we call light frame construction. But the rest of the world uses generally cinder block of some sort or a steel and concrete system. And this is mass timber. In this case, it's cross-laminated timber. I won't go into different types of mass timber, but this is cross-laminated timber, which changed everything. We already heard the number 18 stories, but we will be showing you one that we're working on. We'll start next year in Africa, which will be 27 stories. This is one of the first large CLT projects in England. It's called Dawson Lane. It was built over a railroad line. They needed some lighter material, and it was built over a railroad. And this was 4,500 cubic meters. Each cubic meter, by the way, contains 0.92 sequestered tons of carbon dioxide. So close to 4,000 tons of carbon dioxide. And it took the Austrian forest only 2.5 hours. The US forest would only need about 25 seconds to build this. Yeah, that's really important statistics. CLT is not done always in all wood. It's always done with concrete foundation. It's oftentimes used in combination with concrete. Here's an all wood, actually single family home construction in Europe. But then of course we can use it as a ceiling and roof in conjunction with steel. Here's your concrete connection on your concrete slab on that floor. So it will always be a material that will be used in conjunction with steel and concrete. And I think that's important to remember because it doesn't replace it necessarily. It maybe enhances it. Floors, roofs, walls, shear walls, and I think one of the biggest, very quick systems that's coming up now in the industry is cores and shafts. So mass timber, this is actually a graphic, and it'll be interesting to see if it works. Yes. So you can see the very slow adaptation, and then all of a sudden now we see a rapid rise. I foresee some real barriers now to its adaptation just from the pure engineering point of view, not having enough engineering resources. There's some lists at Woodworks that you can go on. You can see what's in progress, and then a website here where you can click on all the details and look at projects in your area. Of course, Crow Holdings itself is building one here in Texas now. Not with us, unfortunately. But let's focus on the good ones. So this is Intra in Cleveland. That was about 7,500 cubic meters of mass timber included, schematics. And this is a fun video. Look at the first part, how long it took to go up, and look at the second part. Look how much faster it goes up. Boom. This is what you call the learning curve in construction, right there. So actually in the second part, the owner-operator took over from the installer and said, hey, I can go faster than you. So this is the finished product. And fun project for us is different applications. This is parking garages. These are 7 parking garages that are going to be built in Sweden. So if you think you can't do it with a parking garage, here's a solar roof. Jeremy, where are you? We're using our own products in our own facilities. This is one of our value-added wood processing facilities where we use in storage everything we can out of timber. A recent project, Navy Yard in New York City, a rehab of an existing structure and an office built on the inside. And then there's this, you know, the cheapest building to build is actually one that you build on top of an existing building. That's also the environmentally most friendly. So there was a competition a few years ago. Here's an example. This was a 2-story addition. This top is new. You see that this building is a very old building, and there were 2 stories added to this. And you can do that because it's so light. This is going to be a big deal, I think, in America with all these changes in the office business. Less and less office space being needed. Now, how do we convert this? This is the Belgian conversion of Brunfout. Basically, the building was dismantled down to the steel core, and now CLT was inserted. And this is a project, and I can't show you the finished product, but this is a project that's being constructed. Skyport Airport in Luxembourg, very large project. I think this is about 12,000 cubic meters of timber. This is going to be our big project next year together with Gensler. That's the new Under Armour project in Baltimore. And this is a fun project in Zanzibar. It's a private residential area. All the individual buildings that you saw were CLT buildings. And this is then Burj Zanzibar with 27 stores, which we can't show you a video of. So it's gone around the world now. There's production facilities for CLT in almost in Africa. There will be one now in Brazil and Argentina. All these countries that additional built with these other materials. It's really being adopted at this point. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, everybody. Another round of applause for our speakers for this session. And just as an additional plug for the EarthX Expo, many of the folks who were talking today in this session are exhibiting. I know that PowerStack's exhibit is actually in the USGBC booth. There is a demonstration. There's an opportunity to actually look at and use the P3i app in our booth with an iPad that's already mounted there. So and Binderholz and Woodworks are directly across the aisle from us. So we're over in the automobile building. Please come visit us in the expo. So we will hopefully see you all over there. Just take a couple minutes. We'll bring our next panel, our next conversation up. It's going to kind of continue on to where Tomas was talking about. And I'd like to bring up Jim McCaffrey from Crow Holdings to talk about the South Stone Yards project in Frisco that we just briefly saw a picture of. And Julie Hiramoto from HKS Architects, also representing the Urban Land Institute. Would you guys come on up?
The American dream is under attack. The greatest country in the world is now more polarized than ever before.
This is about targeting women of color.
Put your mask on. It's an insult to our country as the world is already laughing at us.
While we're dividing ourselves from within, while the nation is focused on internal battles, a greater threat looms in the horizon. The Chinese Communist Party.
绝不允许任何外来势力奴役我们，谁妄想这样干，必将头破血流。
They're systematically infiltrating our government. They're stealing our technology, and they're attacking our freedoms.
The FBI is opening a new China-related counterintelligence case about every 10 hours.
The Chinese are preparing for war. We Americans are very good at being oblivious as to what our enemies are saying. And we did not pay attention to Osama bin Laden until one day he killed 2,977 Americans.
This is not just a battle of ideologies or just about pursuit of dominance. This is a war that will alter the course of our lives. And if we lose, it will condemn our children and future generations to a world of unimaginable horrors. This is why my show in the Epoch Times is so critical. We're not afraid to take on the Chinese regime head on. And he said, they told me that if I keep talking to you, they're going to hire a hitman to chop off one of my hands. We're not afraid to call out the CCP for their atrocities. We're completely independent. Our only interest is in traditional journalism and reporting truthfully. Bizarre news today. The Chinese Communist Party is opening up police stations, departments, and working as overseas bureaus all around the world, including right here in New York. You heard that right. It's time to replace the Chinese regime's propaganda with truth. Get back to the basics: life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. All you have to do is subscribe to Epoch TV, and you'll get so much more in return. Just click on the link in the description below this video, and you're on your way.
Baby, this is our time to rewrite our American